And to that piece of lieutenant that's always on his podcast, bash us, him.
Well. Looks like viral news wasn't too good.
We are back.
Trust where you got to trust where you get your information from, people.
Hey, viral news. Listen, I know you were working as the Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the New York City Police Department, no longer an actual neutral journalist, but looks like the information is accurate when it comes to New York's Finest Retired and Filtered podcast. So I'm sure you're going to go on the personal attack, which is what you normally do. You already showed your cards and how you get emotionally triggered, but that's okay. That's right. You could slander us. You could smear us. It's no problem. We're not hard people to find, viral news. So if you want to find us, we're not hard people to find. But I'm sure we can find you too. Anyway, so that's not a threat because I know you like to sue people. Just we can always have a cigar together, brother. I only wish you well. Anyway, so John, big news we got going on here. Let's get right into it. We already have our friends and listeners to the podcast here, except for Ron Marine, who's still with us, trucking through, Crow Eater. So I'm wondering what Juju thinks about it. Must be really upset. So let's just say this before we talk about the resigning. John and I both said on a previous podcast, we said it several times, that we think, based on our opinion and our experience, that the amount of corruption we believe is alleged, and actually the corruption going on with James Caban, the brother of Ed Caban, having a security detail, infects and compromises the entire upper echelon of the police department. We believe that a federal oversight has to step in. Even though that's not something we like, it's necessary at this time.
All right, so where are we at? All right, so Sunday night, I put out a tweet. What was my tweet? And I got attacked nonstop for it. Nonstop. So here's the tweet. So this comes out way before the political article. And this is what I wrote. I actually wrote this 2 weeks prior, too, because all the talks were that Ed Caban was going to step down. Everyone said it. People were moving around. There's a lot of weird moves happening. A lot of things that didn't make sense. And I wrote this Sunday night before the political article. Rumor is NYPD PC Edward Caban is stepping down as early as tomorrow, which would have meant he could step down as early as Monday. But I didn't say Monday. I said as early as tomorrow. Do you think he should step down, or do you think he should let the investigation play out? Obviously, that statement goes viral. I get heavily attacked. The next day, Politico puts out an argument. And now all the talk is Politico put this information out. And I really don't care who gets credit for it. It doesn't matter. But the fact that we were attacked and demonized as putting out misinformation, when in fact that statement was true. We said on the podcast for weeks that he's stepping down, and that information was factual. We didn't give a hard date and say Monday. We said this is what it is. He's leaving. And then prior to him leaving, his home gets raided, unlike what John Shell said. So this is the email. What we got up on the screen is Ed Caban's email of his resignation. Police Commissioner Caban, a message from the police commissioner. On yesterday's solemn day of remembrance, as we came together to honor our fallen brothers and sister, I was reminding of the unwavering dedication and resilience of the NYPD. Serving as your commissioner has been the greatest honor of my career, and I am proud to stand next to you each and every day. I have dedicated over 30 years of service to this department. Every day, whether as a patrol officer on the streets of the Bronx, the commissioner of the department, and my many stops in between. I have been inspired by the courage, tenacity, and selflessness of each of you. The greatest city in the world would not be so without the greatest police force in the world. Together, we have removed thousands of firearms off the streets, brought justice to countless victims of violent crimes, and helped to heal and bring communities together. The families, business owner, and tourists as well who walk the streets, take the subway, and lively and free and safely New York do so because of you. My complete focus has always been on the NYPD, the department, and the people I love and dedicated over 30 years of service to. However, the news around recent developments has created a distraction for our department, and I am unwilling to let my attention be anything other than our important work or the safety of the men and women of the NYPD. I hold immense respect and gratitude for the brave officers who serve this department, and the NYPD deserves someone who can solely focus on protecting and serving New York City for the good of this city and the department. I have made the difficult decision to resign as police commissioner. Thank you for the trust you have placed in me and the opportunity you have given me to serve alongside the members of the great department. I feel strongly that we have I can't read that part, it's blocked off, but I'm going to assume the greatest police force in the world and have complete faith in the leaders across the NYPD. Eric, what do you think about his statement?
I find it hard pressed that it was a hard decision to make. So this is my point to Viral News. So Viral News completely went on the attack towards myself and John with smear campaigns, slander, libel, just a personal attack. And it all started because I had indicated to Viral News, I said that, you're starting to act like the Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the NYPD and not a neutral journalist, and the lines are starting to blur. It wasn't a personal attack. It's an attack on his position and his ability to perform as a journalist. And he went on a personal attack. So clearly, it shows in the manner that he was at, he's not going to resign today. He's not going to resign at the time saying happy birthday. This is not what it's about. Well, you're right or wrong. It should be this day or that day. We're talking about the good order of the police department, the good order of the city. And that's what I expect from a journalist. What's the good order for the people? What's the good order for the public? And the good order is that he steps down. I don't think this is a hard decision at all. He's right when he says in this email, in this resignation letter, that it is a distraction. Everything that's going on with this administration and this police department, even far before this alleged corruption was recovered and explored, is a distraction. But what do we know now, a year later, that from the time of his inception of police commissioner, there in fact is corruption, that his brother has a security detail. His brother has a security detail paid. And you know what's ironic? We were talking about this offline, and I just want to mention this real quick. But the threat assessment unit had contacted me towards the end of my tenure of career. At the same time, I was simultaneously attacked by Cop Watch. I don't have proof it was Cop Watch. The threat assessment unit would not tell me, but they told me if I could take my radio home because there was serious threats to my life. And I said, you know what? You can keep your radio. I don't need it. I'm not going to depend on you. And I never got a security detail, but yet his brother did. Just a form of corruption. No one ever spoke out about it. Again, everyone's compromised. We need federal oversight. I don't like it, but it's necessary.
All right, listen, we got about 480 people in here. We're going to give the details on what we know about Ed Caban's resignation. Up on the screens, his resignation letter sent out via department email to the members of service. We still, as of yet, do not know who's going to take his place. We're waiting for a press conference. If that comes, we'll bring it to you. If any of you guys see it in the chat, please let us know. Let's just talk about, while we're on the topic of viral news, I don't want to stay on him. I want to get right off of him because it's literally a joke. But he said, I just got tipped off, this is now 10 minutes ago, that the NYPD Police Commissioner Caban might step down shortly. I'm unsure if this is 100%, but a lot of rumors were floating around that he was going to step down in the week and the beginning of the end. And now he's backpedaling. You could apologize and we could get over it. Oh, I'm sorry. This is at 12:25. What time is it right now? Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring this stream up. Eric, just give us your thoughts on that. I got to get this stream to us.
Absolutely. Listen, I don't have any personal gripes towards viral news. I know he went on a slander and smear attack on myself and yourself, John. What it was an indication to me, that's a sign of weakness and a sign of looking cheap. And I think at some point we could mend that relationship. We'll never be friends. I'll show him respect because I believe in showing people respect, but that doesn't mean I have to respect the man. I lost all respect for him. He lost all credibility when we tried to have a professional debate about how he's acting as a journalist and his buttoning up to the NYPD. Again, I'll show him respect. I wouldn't look to hurt him. That's not my way. Even though with all these personal attacks, he was trying to demean my character, which I don't care. It's been done 1,000 times. But let's have a professional conversation And the way he was acted to me, I don't want to go too much into this and give him too much airtime, was an indication that he's either having some type of mental breakdown, he's on drugs, or he legitimately has buttoned up to the police department and he knows that it's going to affect him and he may go down with the ship. And it appears it's one or the other. And I think that's what it looks like, that he's buttoned up so much. He's gotten access that other media hasn't gotten. And at this point, he sees the ship going down. He's going down. I wish he wouldn't take it so personal and be a good journalist, because you and I were very complimentary to Viral News. The stuff that he did with the migrants, the hazardous situation he put himself in, which is why I think he buttoned up to the police department to get security and to have, you know, people watching over him. And I could understand that, but I think at some point he lost his way.
Yeah, so apparently he's going live on May is about to go live on something real quick. I'm trying to bring that up. Eric, if you just give me a few moments, people, and we'll get that up to you. Who do you think should be the next New York City police commissioner?
So let me just say this. So if anybody if anyone has an opportunity to read, I read Steve Jobs' book. And what he talks about is how there has to be a system in place. System is more important than actual people that make up that system, right? Because we always say, we all know it, active retired police officers that are on here, civilians. Anytime you're working, we've had good bosses, you've had bad bosses, right? But if you have a great boss and everything's working amazing, if that boss goes out sick, does that system just completely crumble if someone goes in that place who's not as good? That's why it's so important to have a system. We need a system in place, right? This is something we never had before. Talk about administration, that's the first of many. So here we are, a first where the police commissioner is the subject of potential corruption. And at this point.
All right, Eric, I'm gonna cut you off, bro. I'm gonna cut you off.
Why is that?
We're going live now.
Okay, no problem. We'll talk about this later. Let's do it.
Yeah, we're waiting. So September 25th. All right, here it is. We're getting ready. Make your COVID-19 vaccine.
Well, let me just
follow the news. Finish what you're saying, because it didn't go up.
Finish this point real quick.
Yeah.
The point is this: there has to be a system in place, because if he's a subject of corruption, and we believe the entire upper echelon has been compromised, there has to be a system in place, and the system in place needs to be outsourced. So right now, I do believe that the commissioner, who's going to be the interim commissioner, should be someone from the feds. While there's a cool down period, we can vet anyone that's working the police department now. That's where I think we need to be.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. Let's just keep talking until this goes up. It looks like they're taking a minute. They said 12:25. It's still not up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, right now, I listened to the friends of the podcast. You can see John had to stop me. We're talking. We thought it was going to go live. This is going to be minute by minute, moment by moment. You know, we all know how these things work. So just be patient with us at this point. Any comments? Weigh in, please, what your thoughts are. If you agree with John and myself on federal oversight at this time during cool down period, if you think it should be someone from the upper echelon, if there's someone you have in mind, speak freely. These conversations are important. These are our opinions. That doesn't mean we're right. So it's everyone's opinion is important.
Listen, thanks everybody for joining us. We got about 700 people on here. If you guys could do us a favor, like, subscribe, share this space out. Let's get some more people on here. As soon as they go up, we're going to cut to that. I'll take myself and Eric off the screen. We'll come back after the press conference over. We'll give our thoughts. But yeah, Eric, I'm going to say right now, I don't think that anyone inside of this department should be leading the New York City Police Department. I mean, I believe at this point, they're all tainted. If he's resigning, I'm saying right now that the evidence is too overwhelming. The evidence is too overwhelming, and if the evidence is too overwhelming, they all failed. The chief of patrol failed, the chief of department failed, the deputy commissioner of operations failed, the first deputy commissioner failed. Everyone down the line, no failure was greater than the NYPD Internal Affairs Bureau. At this point, Group 1, Group 25 should be removed. The COs of that unit should be removed. They failed. We notified the department about the corruption that was going on, the threats we were receiving, and they did absolutely nothing about it. The whole upper echelon of the NYPD is tainted, in my opinion. Again, these are allegations, but if these allegations didn't have legs, the phones would have never got removed. The warrants would have never got drawn up. They definitely have legs. The appearance of impropriety is there. And by the way, the illegal actions that have happened towards myself and Eric Dim and this podcast is honestly unforgivable. And it's something I never thought that I would see from someone who's sworn oath to the Constitution and who wears a badge and a gun. And it's still till today bothers me that you have men like John Schell and Kaz Daughtry sitting in the New York City Police Department. They are not stable people. They also should be removed.
Absolutely, brother. First of all, I think you and I were very tolerable of opposition. We were tolerable of slander. We were tolerable of libel. We had, listen, we let things roll off our shoulders. But when the threats came directly to our children, I mean, death threats to our kids, I think that's just completely sick and demented. And that's what demented. That's why John and I said, you know what? At this point, I think we have a duty. I mean, we're not afraid of these people. Absolutely not. That's why we do this. But we have a duty to report this because these people are unhinged. These people are a threat to people of New York City right now. They're a threat to other cops. If they can say this stuff online where they know that people see it, I mean, this is sick. This is crazy. They put out the most vile stuff. Pictures of duct tape, pictures of a map to Florida where John and I live, pictures of zip ties, pictures of kids insinuating it was our families, saying we hope they live a long time. This is sick, crazy stuff. And no one ever stood up and reported. And that's why shame on them. Every one of them is affected and compromised. You're right. The entire internal affairs, even the sergeant that's doing an investigation, he's compromised right now also. John and I had a conversation with him recently. He had no idea what to say, because we know he's in a precarious position right now. So someone has to stand up, but nobody stood up here right now. No one. And you know what? How many phone calls I got, John, say, no way it's a member of the service, because no one wanted to believe it? Guess what? They don't think we're so crazy now. I think they believe it now.
Yeah, Drone Ranger says they're going to announce John McCary as PC and Eric Dim as first dep. Announce Eric Dim as the PC and John McCary as the nightlife mayor. I'll take that position. I'll take the nightlife. I'm not working. I know Eric is also where would never work for Eric Adams. If he's removed, we could have a conversation.
Well, I'm traveling by RV and I'm enjoying it. So at no time would I stay put. But can we definitely do some consulting? Sure. And I appreciate the compliment. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Drone Range. Appreciate you, brother. Who's going to be part of the mass exodus, Rob Marine? There's going to be a lot of fallout. There was a lot of questionable retirements coming down the pipeline that were close to Caban, and that's why I said originally, I'm like, he's definitely out. He's gone. These people ain't leaving if he's in power. So he was getting ready to leave, I think, before the hammer dropped, but the hammer got him before he got out. Chris Arnold says viral news is now appointed as DCPI. Yeah, I mean, obviously he gives out bad info. He tells false info. He lies. Yeah, I mean, he would be perfect fit. Definitely be a perfect fit for PC. Who's leaving with the PC? Rob Marine, all the people around him. Nighthawk reporting for duty, sirs. Riley Matthew, the house of cards is about to fall. First one that turns gets the best deal.
John, hold on for 1 second. I just want to tell you something as you go before we finish these comments. So something came to light that was in my head. So we believe that it was.
We're going.
We're going now?
Yeah.
Man, you can't even. Here we go. Let's go.
I'm taking it off the screen.
My fellow New Yorkers, earlier this week, I spoke to you about the ongoing investigations that have recently come to light. I was as surprised as you to learn of these inquiries, and I take them extremely seriously. I spent more than 20 years in law enforcement, and so every member of the administration knows my expectations that we must follow the law. I also made clear that our administration will remain focused on delivering for the people of our great city, and we continue to do that. A short time ago, I accepted the resignation of the NYPD Commissioner Edward Caban. He concluded that this is the best decision at this time. I respect his decision, and I wish him well. Commissioner Caban dedicated his life to making our city safer. and we saw a drop in crime for 13 of the 14 months he served as commissioner. In his time as part of the NYPD during our administration, we removed more than 18,000 illegal guns off our streets, had the lowest number of robberies in recorded history in the month of October in our subway system and throughout the entire last few months. And just had the lowest number of shootings above ground ever in the history of recorded history in this city in August. To ensure crime keeps going down in our city today, I'm taking immediate action in appointing Tom Donlin as interim police commissioner. Tom is an experienced law enforcement professional who has worked at the local, state, federal, and international levels. He served as New York's director of the Office of Homeland Security, ran the FBI's National Threat Center and the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorist Task Force, and worked as the cold case agent investigating the 1993 Twin Towers bombing, as well as the attacks in U.S. embassies in Africa and the USS Cole in Yemen by Al-Qaeda. He is also a Bronx native. Tom joins a team at One Police Plaza that is relentlessly dedicated to public safety and protecting New Yorkers. That is why New York is the safest big city in the world and why it will continue to be. I thank incoming Commissioner Donlin for stepping in during this critical moment. As always, the men and women of the NYPD have my gratitude for their dedication and professionalism. I thank them for their command and their decision-making as we move forward, and for continued service that they deliver to all New Yorkers. Thank you, and God bless our great city and a bright future ahead. Thank you.
What a whack ass press conference. So
Wow, no questions, huh?
No questions, and we didn't even get a message from the incoming police commissioner. I'm trying to get some info on him, but I mean, this is ridiculous.
I'm trying to get some information right now on Tom Donovan.
He said
I don't know,
right? I didn't even hear what he was saying. He
couldn't even say his name properly. He said
mushmouth.
Tom Donovan.
Yeah, he's a mushmouth. So, all right. Also, I mean, I'll say right now, we both had predictions of who it was going to be in a clean resignation of the police commissioner. We had bet, but we did. But after that, we said it should be someone from the outside. And clearly, you heard this person has an FBI background and a Homeland Security background. And Tom, I think you need to clear house, my friend. Think you need to clear house because there's a lot of rats on your ship. There's a lot of rats on that ship. So we weren't far off at all. We'll get you some information. If any of you guys have information on this person, please send it to me. I'll read it out over here. But yeah, and just a back play on things, just a back play on everything. Thank you by who sent it to me. Just a back play. On Monday, Eric Adams said he was fully behind Ed Caban, and Ed Caban was not resigning, and they were just rumors, and it was just bullshit, and all these other things. So, all right. So this is the person's name. It's Tom Donlin, Donilon. He was born May 14th, 1955. He's an American lawyer, a business executive, a government official who served as the 22nd National Security Advisor in the Obama administration from 2010 to 2013. Donlin also works in the Carter and Clinton administrations. He is now the chairman of the BlackRock Investment Institute, the third firm. Cassidy sent this to me. If that's it, I appreciate it. But that is a weird choice. But he did say he had a Homeland Security background and worked for the FBI. Obviously, national security advisors, no small gig. This is a crazy appointment right here, but heavily seated in the Democratic Party.
Well, I'm happy I don't have to shave my beard. We both agreed that if it wasn't Kaz or Tariq, if it was someone else, kind of cancels it out. But I definitely think that we nailed it. Let's be honest. We're not looking for credit. We're not glory hounds, but we called it before anybody did, and it came out to be legit. And I'm sure our friends and listeners were thinking the same thing, that we needed it outsourced. Absolutely. This is absolutely the right appointment. We need someone that does not have emotional and intimate ties with the upper echelon of the police department. Someone that may have the fortitude to actually identify issues that are going on. So here's my message also, John, and I hope you think the same thing. By the way, someone's putting it Donnellan. Is that it? Donnellan? Not Donnelly? Donnellan?
No, Donnellan. I spelled it. Yeah, Donnellan.
Donnellan. I never heard that name before. I've heard Donnelly, but not Donnellan. But anyway, my message.
Adam can't pronounce it, so he can't. He's got to learn how to pronounce.
I couldn't hear what was coming out of his mouth. Oh my God!
He's a mush mouth. Yeah, he's a mush mouth.
My message to any chief right now at the upper echelon of the police department: you have the ability to retire. So at this point, you know that every one of you is aware of the corruption going on. And shame on you for holding on to this cliff right now. Every one of you should step down, and every one of you at some point should either blog or personally come out and say, I apologize. This is an epic fail. Every one of us is responsible and accountable and liable for this. That's true leadership. To point blame at others is wrong. And Jocko Willink says it best. Extreme ownership. We have to take leadership at every level. At every level, even at the level of commanding officers, they have to take ownership and say, wait a minute. We saw things and we never said it. And the leadership after that, we saw things and we never said it. Epic fail, epic fail. This is a cancer that's spread throughout the entire department. This is not like a spent tumor, an encapsulated cancer. You can just cut it out. This is a cancer that infected the entire police department. That is by far the worst press conference I've ever seen. That leaves everyone not knowing what's going on. Just the appointment. He left everyone in the dark. Again, the least transparent administration. And the fact that they did not have the press there to ask questions is insane. Is insane, brother. There should be questions right now, hard questions.
Yeah, everybody's saying it's this guy Donnellan from BlackRock, who was the American National Security Advisor. I mean, if we get any different information, we'll bring it to you. He worked for the Department of Defense, worked for President Carter, President Clinton. If we get anything different, we'll send it to you. But as of right now, it looks like that's who it is. Again, this is Eric Adams, right? The guy's a complete utter moron. He probably didn't even pick this person himself. He probably reached out to somebody for help, said, I need help. And honestly, like I said, if it's this is the Eric Adams administration. It's a debacle. I heard inside a source. I heard Shell is furious. I heard Consil is furious. Kaz wasn't going to be you, guy. Sorry. So Eric, we both lost our bet. I'm not saying this is a win for New York City or the New York City Police Department, but it had to be somebody from outside. Again, the upper echelon of the NYPD has to be gutted. It has to start over. These people have moved low integrity, whether it was attacking us online, whether it was bringing up false criminal investigations against those they don't like. The way that they train these young kids was horrendous. They have them out there acting with impunity. They're trying to keep them safe from what should be prosecution in a lot of cases. And, everybody's running around like a chicken without a head. And honestly, he announced who the police commissioner was. And I know you media all listening to this as well right now. He's such a mush mouth that he can't even tell you who it is. Didn't bring up a picture of him. Didn't have the guy ready to do a press conference. Didn't put out a statement about his background yet. So we're all sitting here like, is this who he said? He said Dolan. He said Donnellan. He said something else. And then he just reverted to calling him Tom. So we don't even know that is the police commissioner, but that's who it looks like it is to us. I've got it from several sources already, but that was horrendous.
John, I don't think he ever met him in person. Clearly, you could tell that he's actually never met him. You could tell clearly there's never been an actual introduction. Of course, he's going to play it safe because he has got COVID. Hey, Rafael Martinez, thank you, brother. You were on the live with us this morning. You've been on, great friend of the podcast. He donated another $20. He donated $50 early today. Thank you so much for dipping your politics.
Rafael, you're going to go broke, dude. Stop giving us money.
It's too kind.
Stop giving us money, bro. We appreciate you, bro.
It's really nice. It's just at this point, this is my concern. And I've been talking to people about this, and people say, "Oh, why do you care so much? Legitimately, people say, why do you care so much? You don't even live in New York anymore." I don't live anywhere, to be honest. I don't have a house anymore. I have a home because I'm traveling and I enjoy it. That's one of my passions. But I do care because I care about the boots on the ground. That's why we do this. The boots on the ground right now, they have made this far more dangerous for them right now. Because as far as some people on the street go, some people get it, and some people are just ignorant to the fact that the cops have no liability and responsibility in this, that they're infected by the leadership. Their job is already dangerous. It just made it more dangerous as people are going to be furious at them and say that you're corrupt because they're the ones that are tangible. They're the ones that the people can get to. What do we expect from this mayor? I clearly, from my assumption, my observation, I don't even think he's ever met him in person. I don't even think he actually knew who was being appointed. I think he saw his name on a paper about 3 minutes ago. Clearly.
All right, we got to correct the record here. We got who it is. We got who it is.
You got it?
Yeah. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
You got a picture?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Thank you.
Not that one. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. This is who it is. Tom Donlin, Donlon. He's intern PC. Donlin is retired FBI and former New York Director of Homeland Security. So that's who he appointed. The guy is such a mush mouth that we had to rush around like idiots. I read 3 articles while you were talking, and none of them listed this guy because they didn't know what he said either. Honestly, Eric, you are the worst mayor New York City has ever seen. You make Bill de Blasio look competent. You make Bill de Blasio look like he's competent. This is who it is. I don't know anything else about him. I'm going to look him up right now. And by the way, Eric, if you could just talk about, this is his third police commissioner in 3 years. Like, what's the significance of that?
Well, it just shows you, right? So what's the key to success, right? So when I go to a restaurant, I'm sure a lot of people here like to go out to eat. That's one of my passions. I look at the longevity. It's a good indication of how good a restaurant is. When you go to a restaurant, keep that in mind. If you go to a restaurant and the waitresses and waiters, especially a fancy, nice place, and they tell you, I've been here 10 years, I've been here 20 years, that's a good restaurant. That's a good sign. When you see longevity, that's a good business. But when you see people constantly come and go, that's a problem. Especially when it comes to the leadership. That's a huge problem, and that's also an indication, right? You look at the leadership, you look at the organization, and you see we have 3 police commissioners in such a short period of time, and we see the crumbling of the police department. We have such a retention problem. They are reflective of each other. Make no mistake about it. They mirror each other. Leadership is so important. This is exactly what we said. We both said it. I'm not looking for credit, but we both said it should be the FBI that steps in, and sure enough, here it is. This administration has been the first of many. This is now the first appointment by someone from the FBI to take over the New York City Police Department. I think it's not a victorious day. I don't think it's glorious. I think it sucks. I think it's sad, but I think it's necessary. And again, I'm sorry if Tiny Kinsella and Cass Daughtry and John Shell feel bad about this and they wish it was one of them and one of their buddies. Every one of them is compromised. I don't care what they say. Even chiefs that I know that I like, every one of them's compromised. Every one of them should retire right now and leave with dignity. We need a complete overhaul. It's impossible. Impossible. Look at the rumors that are flying around today. It's impossible that these chiefs have never heard some rumors or grumbling about his brother having a security detail. I find it hard to believe. And if they don't know, they're the guy that you mentioned in Casino, John, that they're too stupid to realize it. And if they're too stupid, that's because they're the last man standing at the bar and they became a chief. We need a complete new system of the NYPD. Let's make the NYPD great again.
Yeah, if anybody could send me some background info on this guy, I'm trying to look, but I'm having a little hard time. My phone won't stop, and everybody's calling me. I'm on the live, guys. Leave me alone. We got about
John, how many
16
people we got in here right now?
We got 1,600 people in here. Appreciate everybody for joining us. We're talking about Ed Caban resigning, the mushmouth mayor in New York City. We're holding the worst press conference in New York City history, announcing a police commissioner that he couldn't even pronounce his name, didn't really tell anybody about. Media had to scramble to find out what it is exactly he said. So this is the guy, Tom Donlin. He's being appointed as interim PC. He's retired FBI and former New York Director of Homeland Security. Again, he is with a federal background, but it's not really what we said, where we said, it should be like complete federal oversight. Like maybe it should go to federal receivership. But I think honestly, it's what needed to be done here. 100%. It needed to be somebody from, we were close enough. It needed to be somebody from the outside. Chief Patrick Jordan, LA County Sheriff's Office says, retired, says Serpico, Lucci, Dowd, and now this. My thoughts are with the men and women of the NYPD. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Listen, these are tough times, but New York City people are resilient people. This is 9/12. This day is a significant day in history, right? This is the day when we were all united. No Democrats, no Republicans, nobody. We all stood united. And I think, again, this is as although it's a black eye on the New York City Police Department, it's got to give people hope that these are steps in the right direction. A lot of people are bringing up the fact that he was allowed to resign, and I'm going to agree with all of you that it's wrong that the upper echelons are allowed to resign in things like this during times of this. Because if this was a regular rank and file New York City police officer, they wouldn't have the ability to resign. They'd be terminated, but they would not allow them to retire under scandal. They would have to take the termination, or else they would have to wait out the ends of this case, the ends of this investigation, and everything. So I agree with everyone on here that's saying he shouldn't have been allowed to resign. I mean, he should have been removed from his post, but he should have been either terminated or he should have been shelved until this investigation, like has happened to so many people.
I want to make sure that we understand this. This is something that's really important to note, right? This doesn't make things better right away. I actually think that things are going to get worse for the cops before they get better. But it's unfortunate. We have to, sometimes it's like the movie Shawshank Redemption. You have to crawl through shit to get to something that's good on the other side. So right now, things are going to get worse. They're probably going to get much worse for the cops on the ground internally within the police department. You got a complete toss-up. And right now, as the police commissioner with this environment, he must be a tough person. There's no doubt about it. He has to be tough to be put in the position at this time with the amount of opposition that he may face. So it's going to be extremely tough. Expect a lot of changes. Expect a lot of changes that make you uncomfortable. But I do believe that's necessary in order to make this turnaround. And if that happens, things can get better. But it has to get worse. It has to. People have to understand that it has to get worse. This is going to be a bumpy ride until things get better. And I hope in the meantime, he's able to get out all the dirty laundry. And that includes to upper echelon. And hopefully with his background that he has access to information. And hopefully, I hope, sir, that you could help John and myself find out who is behind All Cops Are Woke that threaten the lives of our children, who has been trolling this podcast, spending taxpayer money, watching this podcast to troll it for hours, who's been given a gag order to intimidate the police officers, active and retired, from watching this podcast, from giving their opinion. So we're off to a good start. But yes, things will get better before they get worse. And when the snakes rattle, they will tattle. And we're going to see a lot coming out soon.
All right, so this I got an article on him from June 18, 2010. Thomas Donlin, the state's outgoing director of Homeland Security, has taken a position as the worldwide security chief of one of the country's powerhouse financial firms. Donlin, a national security expert who once ran the FBI's National Threat Center and the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, has joined BlackRock. He's also in BlackRock. I think Marlon, I think you're right. A Bronx native, Donlin took over the state's protection agency in January 2009. At the FBI, he served as a case agent for the 93 Twin Towers attack and spearheaded probes into the plot to blow up U.S. airliners in 95 and the destruction of 2 U.S. embassies in Africa in 98. He spent a year in Yemen following a 2000 Al-Qaeda attack on the USS Cole. Eric, do you think Tom's going to like this podcast? I'm going to say I think he is. I think he's going to be a fan of the podcast, and I think bigger than who All Cops Are Woke is, I think he needs to get to the bottom of how police use resources are being misused by John Schell, Kaz Daughtry, Jeffrey Madry, the likes of Ed Caban. They're associating with known criminals, how they use known criminals to defame, threaten, and slander ourselves. I think All Cops Are Woke is so far down the ladder, but he'll get his too, and hopefully we could get justice and get you locked too, my friend. So, yeah, big things are coming. I agree with you. I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get better for the rank and file of the New York City Police Department. But I also think it's completely necessary, and I think the things for the rank and file shouldn't get worse. They should get significantly worse on this, what we call and what we labeled as the party department of the Republic of New York. These people unhinged. They have no business running the largest police force in the world. I mean, again, the chief of patrol's office, the guy is the chief of patrol. When you walk in the chief of patrol's office, when he walks in, he needs a standing ovation every day. Every day. Is this normal behavior for someone? Is this so normal behavior for a leader? You need your entire office to stand up and clap like you're Stalin, like you're somebody special? You're a nobody, dude, and you're going to find out you're a nobody real soon. And then Kaz Daughtry, who gets this title of assistant commissioner, who's running around like a maniac, transferring people, ruining people's careers, forcing people into retirement because they won't salute him when they didn't even know who he was. And then he made such a buffoon of himself that everyone knows who he is, and everyone's walking on eggshells with him. And now if you don't salute him, he still wants to kill you. Or if you're not praising him, these people were chasing celebrity. Honestly, we've said some stuff about Tanya Kinsella, and she sent some of her goons around, calling around, asking where I work, where I live, calling friends of mine. She's a skeleton, and honestly, she should be removed from the police department herself. But out of all of it, she's been about the most silent out of all of them. The rest of them, honestly, I would have preferred he didn't resign. Like I said, I would prefer, if these allegations are true, they all get perp walked out of one police plaza, every single one of them.
So I'm so glad that you said that, because I was thinking, man, I had nothing but a smile here. I'm not excited by this, but I am excited the fact that I think that this gentleman right here is going to love this podcast. He's going to say, well, here's 2 retired lieutenants who should still be on the job. And you know what he's going to say? How the hell did you let these guys go? How did you let Marlon get terminated? How did you let Sal Greco go, who's making 300 some odd arrests for DWI and DUI? How did you let these fine masculine police officers, different members of the service, different ranks, leave the department, and now it's in shambles? That's what he's going to say. And here you have, you know what? That's why you have these guys giving criticism, because you let ambitious people leave. Did you think that they were not going to be ambitious in retirement? Absolutely. This is going to be a huge toss-off. And you know what? I'm going to say this. Everyone that's in the upper echelon right now is a complete dirtbag, because everyone of them knows what's going on. Again, they know of corruption that's behind the curtain that we don't know of yet, that hasn't been exposed, that has not come out to light. But what goes on in the dark does come to light. And everyone that has some involvement or saw something and didn't say something will eventually be implicated. It will come out. So at this point, do yourselves a favor and retire. Stop trying to hold on and think about your self-serving career, because you don't know what else to do in life. And unfortunately, we may see some mental health breakdowns and potential suicides that come out of this. I do not want that. I do not. But at the same time, you laid your bed. And you never stood up, and you have to live with that guilt. So at least come out now and say, you know what? We had an epic fail here. We had an epic fail. We let John and Eric leave the department. We let Sal Greco, and we let Marlon Beth and many other people that left the department who shouldn't have. We let Juan Perez get convicted of assault for doing his job. And you know what, John? A picture is worth 1,000 words. And I tell you, I look at this picture, and I could just see his demeanor. For his age, I don't know what his age is. I could tell, by a look. He looks like he's in pretty decent shape for his age. He looks like he means business. That's what we should see from the New York City Police Department in the position of commissioner, assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner. That's what I expect to see. It has nothing to do with white or black. Some people say, oh, because he's white. No. We're talking about his character, his demeanor. That's what we should see. Reminds me of Ray Kelly, standing. He looks like he has a good demeanor. He looks like he's ready for the job.
All right, let's talk some rumors now. Who's leaving? What high ranks are leaving?
I tell you right now.
I say Madry's out. I say Madry's out. What do you think about that?
I'll put my beard on it. I'm glad we both agree. Madry's done. Absolutely.
Madry's leaving, you think? What about Consilla?
What's that?
What about Consilla?
I don't know. She's kind of dumb. She might be too dumb to. She might hold on.
I don't know, man. I think honestly, she's probably the best suited to actually stay. Kemper's out, obviously. He saw the hills coming, or they came for him first, one or the other. But he's out, and he's got a job. So he's out. I think Marjorie's gone. What do you think about Kaz and Shepard? Do they stay in place? And if so, let's do this. Kaz, Shell, and Shepard. What do you think about those three? Does their role in the New York City Police Department change, or do they leave? They're
out, brother. They're out. This guy right here, I can see this picture. He means business. And when he finds out, or unless he knows already, the attacks on social media, unprofessionalism, he's not going to give them a second chance. He's not going to put them in another position. Madry's out. They're all connected by the butt. They're all out too. That's my money.
Yeah. Mullen says BlackRock now runs the NYPD. You can't make this up. Yeah, I mean, it is a little, everyone's like, oh, this is a smart choice by Adams. I don't think Adams even knows who this guy is or made this choice. He couldn't even pronounce his name. So, you know what, Mullen? I'm with you. I'm right there. But what does Chief Patrick Jordan say? Sorry, but this guy kept pushing failed 21st century policing strategies. I guess I am less confident than you gents. It sounds like you know him, my friend. We don't know him. I'm definitely not confident about him at all. But I think it needed to be somebody from the outside. And not just anybody from the outside, but it needed to be somebody from the outside. Again, I don't know that Eric Adams even knows this guy, so we don't know how good of an appointment this is going to be. But clearly, we got to start somewhere, Mullen. And everyone's kind of tied to somebody if you're still staying relevant in the law enforcement field, like you want a job in law enforcement still. So everybody's going to be tied. Everybody's seeking those financial jobs. Everybody's chasing that. Not everybody, Chief Patrick Jordan's doing what we're doing, but a lot of those guys are chasing that same retirement carrot. So you're going to see that they run in the same circles. So let's see what happens. I mean, I don't think it's going to be more of the same though. I don't. And, let's not forget, I'm confident that indictments are coming down shortly. I'm confident.
So, John, I'm going to do my research, which I always do when it comes to something like this. So my analysis right now that I just gave is with no knowledge of his history other than what you read out about his bio and his picture. His picture says to me that he's a guy who means business. He looks pretty sharp to me. He's clean shaven, in his suit. He looks sharp. He's got a power tie on. But that's just a picture. So I love to speak to Patrick Jordan, Chief, who's a friend of ours. I'd love to speak to him and get his insight because I don't have any knowledge. I will, after this podcast, of course, dive in and do my research on the history of this gentleman right here before I make a proper assessment. But just based on appearance, his appearance is good. And again, appearance is perception, right? Appearance is not always reality. We want a good appearance. I've had plenty of police officers that couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, but they had a great presence and they never had an issue on the street because of their appearance. Sometimes appearance is more important. But I do think even if he is, even if he's not the best person suited, this is the best position and this is the best decision we can make at this time.
Yeah. All right. So we got 2,383. Oh, it just keeps growing. People on here right now. We're talking about the resignation of Ed Caban. This is Tom Dolan, former FBI, former head of the Joint Terrorist Task Force for Homeland Security for New York, former director. He has been installed as the interim PC. Right now, everything's speculation. 100%, we said that Ed Caban had to either be removed or step down, regardless if the allegations are or not true. He could not act as the police commissioner. So this should come as a surprise to nobody except for Viral News, New York City. I think everybody, when the rumors started scurrying, everybody was like, no. And next thing you know, here it is. He stepped down. He had no, and in my opinion, he couldn't effectively run the New York City Police Department. But again, it's leaning that these allegations have a lot of teeth to them, and if they're true, or even if they're partly true, it means the entire upper echelon of the NYPD is corrupted, has proven themselves to be low integrity individuals, and have no business holding their rank. That goes for the chief of patrol. That goes for the deputy commissioner of operation. That goes for the chief of department. That goes for the first deputy commissioner. That goes for the chief of Manhattan South and all of the COs and all of them who were involved in this corruption scandal, right? Oh, the police commissioner had a twin brother. So he had a twin brother. So, he had to have a security detail. And here, Eric Dim, NYPD's most complained about cop, was actually getting confirmed death threats against his life. Intel Bureau had notified him. And the only thing that he was given, they said, hey, you know what? We'll let you take your radio home. He didn't have a security detail protecting him. Those were credible, identifiable threats. The NYPD's police commissioner's brother was alleged to have started a consulting firm, a nightlife consulting firm. So he's getting chauffeured around by NYPD personnel. He's got more authority than probably captains in the NYPD, and he's not even working for the NYPD. And it's being alleged that he would go around to these high businesses in New York City, nightlife businesses, and offer his services of consulting to ensure that they wouldn't have any problems with the NYPD, any problems with the state liquor authority, the buildings department, Department of Health, and every other state and city agency in New York City that oversees restaurants and bars, as well as he would install his own security guards. And again, I said it a couple of times yesterday and today. The Post had a source from the NYPD. Whoever that source is, I don't think you should ever give info again. Because what the source from the NYPD said, it's not like old school style mafia, when in fact, that's exactly what that is. That's an extortion, racketeering racket. If you don't, I'm going to put my guys in your business. If you don't going to take my guys, my guys are going to protect you. You're never going to have a problem in New York City. I know everybody. I know the police. Look, I got police people working with me right here. You're never going to have a problem. Let's just say you give me $20,000, $30,000 a month. Any problems, you call me, we'll take care of them, right? What's the inference there? It's if you don't pay me, you don't hire me, you're going to have problems with all of those people. So it's a protection racketeering scandal that's being alleged, and it's being alleged at the highest levels. And nobody could tell me that everyone didn't know this was going on. There were so many people that knew this was going on, and anyone that knew that was going on needs to be terminated from the NYPD. Some of them who were involved in it need to be arrested and terminated from the NYPD. They should not receive a pension from the New York City Police Department. Eric, do you agree with me, or is that a harsh statement?
No, of course I agree with you. I've been saying it. I've been stopping my foot saying this the whole time. I said if you have 25 chiefs, 5 of them are bad, and 20 of them don't say a word, you got 25 bad chiefs. I've been saying it all the way down to these commanders that are potentially involved in this scheme with Cure with these nightlife locations. They're all compromised. They all got to go. Is that a huge toss-up? Could that crumble the police department temporarily? Yes. Is it scary? Yes, but it's necessary. So with that being said, John, that's what I agree. But I want to ask you this, because this we haven't spoke about. The security detail for his brother. What do you think about those police officers or detectives? I don't even know who's doing this detail. How many guys are involved? Is it 1? Is it 2? We have no idea. What do you think about them? What's the implication? Do you think that they did what they were paid and trained to do, unfortunately, or they should have spoke up and said this is corrupt? Do you think they should be modified, suspended, terminated? Should they resign? What should happen with the members on the security detail for James Caban, the brother of Ed Caban? Because that's something I'm thinking about right now in my head. I think it's absolutely terrible. What are your thoughts?
So if you were just assigned as a driver and you really didn't know and you were told, drive this guy wherever he wants, I don't see that anything should happen to you. You're following an order. What do you know about it, right? Like, what are you thinking about it? You're like, I don't know. The mayor and the police commissioner is telling me his brother it's for threats, right? Sounds legit, right? I would. You're just sitting there driving. I don't think you need to be terminated. If you are aware of this, what they're doing and the type of business that's being handled, and you're aware of this racket, yeah, you need to be terminated. You need to be arrested and fired. Because not only once you're aware of it, you're in on it. Integrity is, I mean, if there were just some weird things and you couldn't put them together, it's a different story. But if you're actually partaking in this, and I'm going to say right now, these are people that have been in the New York City Police Department a long time. These are going to be people that grew up in New York City streets. They're not putting some lackey next to them. They're not going to put, hey, rookie, yeah, don't worry about it. Just take me over here. Yeah, kid, don't worry about it. They're bringing people around them that know what the fuck's going on and that they trust. So unfortunately, lower ranks, and like I said, integrity and policing is a non-negotiable. But unfortunately, sometimes in holding on to integrity in the New York City Police Department, to hold on to your integrity, you have to actually leave. And you actually have to call up people and say, yeah, how you doing? It's John McCarry. This is what's going on with the New York City Police Department. John Shell, Kaz Daughtry, Ed Caban, they're hanging out with known criminals. They're misusing police resources. Oh, you want me to put this in my body and violate my religious beliefs? Oh, you want me to put this in my body and go against my doctor? Oh, you want me to force other people to do that? Sometimes having integrity means you have to leave your career. It's a non-negotiable in policing for me. It's a complete non-negotiable. And I'm not saying that because of how I was affected and how I left, because ultimately the New York City Police Department, I love. It provided a great life for myself and my family. I have a great life in retirement. Yeah, did I lose out on a lot of money? Yeah, I did. But I also made a lot of money with the police department. I made a lot of smart investments in my life. So I'm not sitting here in anger. I live a better life probably than these skills that we're talking about do. So, I'm not saying this in anger. I'm saying this in reality. We expect police officers to be the best amongst us. And when people misfit that badge, they bring the weight of all of this anti-police nonsense, all of the lies that have been spewed over the last 15 years about this profession. They make it all true. And I'm telling you, when Volpe got 30 years for assaulting and raping Abdullah Wima with the nightstick, with the broomstick, everyone said he's a police officer. He's a police officer. He should have never did that. He violated his oath. And everyone's like, people don't get that for murder. People don't get that for this. It's true. But those people aren't New York City police officers. And if you were involved in a protection racket, a protection extortion racket as a New York City police officer, I hope you get 30 years too.
You know what's amazing? Ron Layson, he was one of my bosses, but now he's a good friend. And the great dynamic that we have, John, you, myself, and Ron Layson, is we have great conversations. We agree, we disagree on a lot, and we enjoy the fact that we disagree on things and we can have a conversation. But Ron Layson's been agreeing with me a lot lately, and he said exactly what I've been thinking. This is where my head was. He said, guaranteed he handpicked his detail. That's exactly what I was thinking, and John, you alluded to it. He's not going to pick some guys, some lackeys that have no idea what's going on. He's got to pick people that he trusts. I believe that the detail was handpicked. I believe that they're implicated. Unless he picks some 2-year rookie that has no idea what's going on, somebody's just going to drive him around. I think he handpicked that detail, and they're implicated also. Chris Arnold, you are spot on, brother. I've been saying it. I had this back and forth conversation with the Gotham brothers. Shell was right. No one is going to 233. You're right. They're not going to 233 Broadway. they are going to 500 Pearl Street most likely if this gets uncovered. And anybody, if you're unsure what 500 Pearl Street is, 500 Pearl Street is the courthouse for the Southern District, the federal courthouse. That's exactly where it is. So you know what? He stepped on his own. I don't want to say on it, but we know what he stepped on here. And that's what's going on with the police department right now. This is a sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs. If anybody thinks that we're jumping up and down, like, yeah, this is great, that's the farthest from the truth. I don't believe in vengeance at all for the police department. You seek vengeance, you seek 2 deaths, someone else is in your own. But what we do seek is a good NYPD. We want a better version. And sometimes it has to turn to shit. It has to totally implode to get better. And you know what? Like I said, based on appearance, Donovan or Donnelly, whatever his name is. I don't even know what his name is at this point because Mayor Eric Adams can't even say it. We don't know if he's good or not, but it's better than what we have, unfortunately. And John, you had said something earlier. I don't know if you realize what you said, and you're right. You said he's installed as the commissioner. I agree with you. I don't think he was appointed by Mayor Eric Adams. I think he was installed by other means. We do not know yet how that came about. I believe that will come out at a later date, but I do not believe he was appointed. I do believe he was installed.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely. And, you know, Shell had put out a tweet. I can't find it. I'm looking for it. My phone's blowing out, by the way. And Eric, you're right. We're not celebrated, but we're vindicated, right? Because we've been saying for 2 years that this entire upper echelon should step down and that they not serving the benefit of the New York City Police Department. They're not serving the benefit of the New York City, the resident. They're disgracing the badge. And, you know, we've been saying that. So we are vindicated. You know, we're absolutely, absolutely vindicated in this. And that's the only thing. And so Shell had put a post out. No one's going to 233 Broadway. And that's what Chris Arnold's talking about. That's the pension section. And almost immediately after he put this out, Mike Kemper had went down to the retirement section and retired and went to take another job, right? So that was full of crap. But the messaging from this department, it's been lie after lie. And, you know, I could almost eat that. But the nonstop, relentless attacks of that, I can't eat. Again, this is John Shell after NYPD Commissioner Ed Caban home was raided. Search warrant on his home. Phone taken. This is what John Shell and Kaz Daughtry had to say about this. I mean, if this isn't the downplay, this is the integrity that these men had. I don't know why they did this interview. They should have just stayed silent. I don't know why the deputy commissioners are going out on the news or why the chief of patrol was ever going out on the news. You know, Ray Kelly ran a tight ship. You could say what you want about Ray Kelly, but he knew one thing about guys. You know, and I'm sad to say because I'm a cop myself, right? I was a cop. They're stupid. They shouldn't talk. Most people in the NYPD should not get in front of a camera and talk for the NYPD. And John Shell and Kaz Daughtry are definitely fall into that category. This is what he puts out on mainstream media, corporate media. This is it. And you know, it's a slap in the face to everybody, to every New York City resident. It's disgusting.
City, we know.
All right, joining us now to continue the conversation, 2 perfect guests for this, NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Operations Kaz Daughtry and NYPD Chief of Patrol John Shell. Chief, start with you here. Initial reaction.
You know, obviously we're aware of an investigation by the Southern District of members of our department, and you know we're going to cooperate fully and let the process play out. But I have to clarify, we keep hearing raids. There was no raids on any member of our department. They requested cell phones and they would get given over to go through that process. But at the end of the day, we still have a city to run every day, 8.5 million people, and we got to do our job and keep this city safe.
Yep, and the mayor has made it very clear to the leadership in the department that we must follow the law. We don't break the law. We obviously we make policy, but we do not break the law. So we're going to cooperate fully. Whatever the investigators need, they will get it from this department.
It feels like it's politically motivated. Any indication? I mean, the fact that it's even coming out and they're calling it a raid and instead it was, here's my phone, because when I'm thinking raid, I'm thinking they're busting down the door, right, kind of like what they did with Roger Stone. If somebody's in their underwear, they're grabbing all their stuff, and you're saying that's not the case here.
It's just misinformation, and okay, any questions that anyone has for the Southern District, we direct them there. Again, the process will be the process. We will cooperate, and then we're just going to keep doing our job.
Okay. Commissioner, when the people of New York City, though, see this happening on the news, unfolding, what's your message to them?
My message to them is to have faith in the leadership team here. We know there's a lot going on in the department. We know there's obviously it's all over the news what's happening, but we have to stay focused as leaders of this agency. That we must continue to stay focused because people's lives depend on us to keep them safe, and that's what we intend to do. We're going to cooperate with the investigation, whatever the Southern District needs, and also we're going to continue to drive down crime. I'm not sure if you reported August was one of the safest. Actually,
Lie. August was not one of the safest months. Lie.
Again, lie after lie, brother. You know what's interesting about leadership? Sometimes in leadership, you have to know, is an art. You have to know when to talk. Sometimes you have to know, I hate cursing, but we got to put emphasis on this. You have to know when to shut the fuck up. Sometimes you have to know when not to say something. They really put their foot in their own mouth to think that, hey, this is a good idea for us to speak out right now. And that's the problem. There's way too many talking heads in the upper echelon of the police department. There should be one, maybe two people that are the spokespeople for the New York City Police Department. And Ray Kelly, whatever you want to say about him, he knew that. John, you just said it. He knew that, and that was one of the biggest talents that he had, is he knew that he had to be the spokesperson for the police department. He would not have two idiots and two clowns like this speaking. They sound ridiculous. John, what I tell you the other day, we're joking about it. I said, if this corruption probe turns out to have some teeth to it, if Ed Caban gets indicted and arrested, he would say, oh, he didn't get arrested. They put handcuffs on, but he was detained. It's not the same thing, you know. And that's what they do. And they love to always try to reinvent the truth and spin it. No, you're not looking at a blue sky. It's kind of pale. These guys lie about everything. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm telling you right now, they're out pretty soon. And if they're not out, they're just making the grave even worse for themselves. They just keep digging the dirt. Why don't they leave at this point and just find some dignity in their life and apologize for the stupidity that they've done and embarrassed themselves and the police department?
I mean, egos over everything, right? You said it. You said it 1,000 times. Egos over everything. So they're not going to apologize for anything. They can't back off of anything they said. You know, and it's a shame, man. It's a damn shame. So, you know, has this restored order to the NYPD? Absolutely not. The NYPD is taking on water as we speak. Someone said it here. I think it was Marisa. She said that that was the worst press conference ever in New York City history. 100% it was. Done by the worst mayor in New York City history. Bill de Blasio was a far better mayor than this guy. Bill de Blasio actually still helmed the ship a little bit, even during the corruption scandal that by the way, that sparked because of his corruption. But that's another day for a later story, right? That's a different day. But what we're seeing here is this is a seated police commissioner has just left. He's appointed all these people. He's very close with them. All of their phones have been removed. People much lower than them that all surround themselves, phones have been removed. The entire New York City Police Department's infected. You know, it's my contention indictments are coming soon. And indictments just aren't coming for people in the NYPD. They're coming for a lot of people in the Eric Adams administration, possibly even the mayor himself. And I think you're going to see that not too far behind. Reason I use that this gentleman was installed is because I truly believe he was installed. I don't believe that Eric Adams appointed him. I believe that Eric Adams is in serious trouble. There are plumes of smoke around the Adams administration. But right now, the NYPD is a rudderless ship. And I think what you could see from that press conference that we just played here for you a while ago, you could see that the New York City is actually a rudderless ship as well. Eric, where do we go from here? You're a New York City resident. You're a former member, or actually you're in LA now, excuse me. But, you know, you're a New Yorker at heart. You lived there your entirety of your life. You're a retired member of the NYPD, served 20 years with the NYPD, a little bit more. Where do we go from here, in your opinion? Where is it? Where's the NYPD go? Where does New York City go?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? We need to change the system of the police department. So I've been saying this for years, and I've gotten some opposition from it. So I think that this department has too many ranks. And I think I think that's a start. So I think that this is my opinion, and you may disagree with it. So I think that the after captain, there should be one chief rank and then up to police commissioner. I think we should cut out 1-star chief, 2-star chief, 3-star chief. There's way too many chiefs. It causes a breakdown in the leadership. We have way too many chiefs and not enough people on the ground. I think that's where we need to start. I've been saying that for years, and maybe people that argue there's way too many people at the top that have useless positions, and it's just corrupts. Corn Pop putting pointed an old white guy. That's pretty funny. But
it's true. He pointed an old white guy. It had to be his police commissioner had to be a female black. It had to be, and everybody was like, "Yeah, it has to be." But now we're back to the old white guy. Got it.
But I think that we need a new system in place. That's my opinion. I've been saying for years. I think that after captain, we don't need deputy inspector, 1-star chief, 2-star chief, 3-star. It's ridiculous. After captain, for 1-star chief, and then maybe the chief of the department, then up to police commissioners. Way too many ranks in between. It creates too much room for corruption. There's too many people at the top that have useless positions. It's burdensome on the taxpayer. Absolutely. I think after captain, this is what I've been saying for years, and I'll say it again. After captain, no longer do you need a uniform. Captain should be the highest rank that's in uniform. Everyone else should be in civilian clothes. Half of them look ridiculous anyway. They're overweight. They've been eating too well. They look ridiculous in uniform. It's a bad representation for the police department. They should be wearing suits. And I'm going to say this again. If I had to design a system, if I was police commissioner today, captain would be the highest rank in uniform. After that, I would explore possibly a 1-star chief, then maybe chief of department, and then police commissioner. But I would cut out many of these ranks.
I don't know, dude. You're trying to invent the whole wheel here. I think no,
brother.
No, absolutely.
Yes,
not.
you do.
Absolutely not. You need to remove the people in. You need to remove the people in, and you need to clean up your systems first. You're talking about inventing an entire new system. In between, you have to reinvent the entirety of the New York City Police Department.
This wheel is broken,
You're talking
John.
labor contracts. You're talking millions of different things. There's a million different things involved in what you're saying. Can't be done.
I think we need a complete overhaul. We can't say it can't be done. Brother, we agree on most things, but I've been saying this for years.
Absolutely.
And that's my belief. I'm telling you, you can't say no. You have to look at it.
I'm saying no. I'm saying absolutely not. You're talking about redoing labor contracts. You're talking about a million different things. It can't be done right now. We have to.
It has to be done.
It
has to be. So what other way can we do?
I'm not going to go back and forth with you on it. It's ridiculous to sit here and try to redo the entire structure of the NYPD right now. We're talking about immediately. What could we do immediately right now? You're talking about years in the works, bro. It's years in the works.
Yes, absolutely. Well, you didn't say that, right? Well, I think that's something that would have to happen over time. I stand by it. I've been saying that for years. But what has to happen immediately? We just have to start cleaning house, obviously. That's what has to be done immediately. We have to start cleaning house.
James Shea says Sewell left for a reason. She knew it was dirty. I don't know if that's Jimmy Shea, but if it is, we'd love to have you on here. Jimmy Shea, for those of you that don't know, he taught the key for years. He was a 1-star chief in the NYPD. And I don't know that this is him, by the way, but he was a 1-star chief in the NYPD. He had top secret security clearance. It was rumored that, I believe it was it Giuliani or Bloomberg? I don't remember. Giuliani or Bloomberg and Kelly, they wanted him to give up security clearance information. And he said, well, you don't have security clearance. I can't give it to you. And they're like, yeah, but I'm the mayor of the city. And he's like, it was Bloomberg. He's like, but I'm the mayor of the city and I want to know. He's like, yeah, but you don't have security clearance. And then they ousted him out of the administration. And so he left and he became, I don't know what they call it, but he worked for Jersey City. I think the director, it's like the police commissioner, but I don't know what they call it there. So actually my favorite, one of my favorite instructors in the key to become a sergeant was definitely Shea. But the dude that started Strategic Elite, Mike Yanisak, I think he put out a great product to get promoted. For those of you guys that are looking to get promoted in the NYPD, move up the ranks. Don't become dirty bastards and don't offend their integrity to do that. Don't become a little shill to do that. Mike Smith, I would assume that the top brass won't like a Fed running their headquarters. I'm hearing that they're infuriated right now, especially Chow is infuriated that it's not an insider. But honestly, it can't be an insider. It has to be. It has to be someone else, it absolutely has to be. This guy's interim. Do you think he'll be installed permanently, or do you think we'll be looking at someone else down the road.
No, I think this is totally interim. I think this is a cool down period. That's the beauty about this podcast, everybody. Nobody should be upset. John and I are going back and forth, disagreeing, agreeing. Everyone's opinion is important. That doesn't make it right. It's what John believes. It's what I believe. That's why it's important that we bring all our opinions together and weigh in, and we try to meet somewhere in the middle. Say, okay, some of what John's saying makes sense. Some of what Eric makes sense. Some of what you make sense. We bring it in the middle, but you have to have a clear head and put your ego aside to make this work. And I think that's what this period should be. It should be a cool down period. I think that I don't believe that he's going to be permanent. I do believe because of nomenclature of metropolis such as New York City, we do need someone that is homegrown from New York City. We do need someone with NYPD experience, but right now it has to be outsourced at this point. Patrick Jordan says, Chief, you're absolutely right. The top ranks are likely in panic mode. Their anger is driven by anxiety. You're absolutely right. I think that it's a sad state of affairs, but I think this is the right position. I don't think he'll be there forever. I don't as the commissioner, but it's necessary at this time. So at this time, we could make changes. I know some people are probably for what I'm saying as far as changing the system. Of what I said, removing some of the ranks, and some people are against it, and that's okay. And I don't think it's something that could happen overnight. Absolutely not. But I think this could happen over years. You're laughing at it, but that's my position.
No, I wasn't. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Sergeant Blue says Sid Rosenberg reports the new PC is a very close friend of his, and that he is a great guy.
Oh, that's
I'm
hilarious.
sure he does, bro. I'm sure. And he was standing up for the integrity of everybody. Sid Rosenberg. He ended up for the integrity. A great friend of mine. I know him, bro. Yeah.
John, I forgot to ask you. How do you? Nobody talks about this, but how do you think this affects recruitment going forward? How do you think this changes anything?
I mean, again, I think that the NYPD is a rudderless ship right now. We have an interim police commissioner. The police commissioner just stepped down in scandal. Anybody with a brain in their head is going to sit there and go, what am I going to be asked to do when I join the New York City Police Department? Am I going to be, and you got to think, dude, like most of the media and most of the movies you watch about cops, especially in New York, because the NYPD traditionally over years has been a systemically corrupt organization. So when you're seeing all this and there's all this anti-cop rhetoric there, I mean, not the 30-year period where we were in there, or like really cleaned up, really the least, I think the best version of the New York City Police Department and the least corrupt version of it. So you got to think, like these kids are watching movies, they're watching Serpico. Frank, you got to jump on the podcast one day. Everybody's asking for it. Just come out of your shell, jump on the podcast. We don't bite. We don't care who you think should be the president. It's fine. But like you watch these movies, Serpico, you see these things that happen, and you got to think to yourself, what am I going to be asked to do in that job? Like my fear was different coming on the job. My fear wasn't that I was going to be asked to be involved in corrupt things. I really didn't know anything about the police department. I didn't like cops traditionally. I just thought a lot of them were jerk-offs. Like that's what I thought about them, but I wasn't afraid of other men. I knew that about myself. I didn't allow myself to get bullied in school. I wouldn't allow others to get bullied in school. I was in adversarial situations a lot growing up. So I knew that about myself, but coming on, I was still scared about what am I going to be asked to do? And am I going to be able to perform? If somebody's shot, am I going to be able to save their life? If someone's having a heart attack, am I going to be able to save their life? If somebody's bleeding out, am I going to be able to save their life? These are things that I didn't know about. I didn't know how to do it. And those were my anxieties. But I think if you're new now, your anxiety is going to be like, wow, am I going to be asked to partake in corruption? And then what happens if I don't? Are they going to send criminal underworld figures after me? Are they going to try to kill me? Or are they going to leave me out there like they did Serpico to get shot in the face? And I think, this is going to hurt recruitment in the long run if this doesn't get cleaned up. And honestly, I think we're going to be doing a lot more of these breaking lives, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I see in the next coming weeks, we're going to be doing a lot more of these breaking lives where we're jumping on and we're talking about some crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, I think this is a huge problem for recruitment. It's already a problem right now. I mean, anyone that's watching the news right now is like, phew, the hell's going on over there? I mean, if this was on your radar to be an NYPD police officer, this is going to cause nothing but fear and anxiety, and it should. But again, things are going to get far worse before they get better. I'm confident of that because it's all going to depend on the reaction of these chiefs. And that's why I said it. Hopefully at some point, people say, oh, you hate these guys. I don't hate Shell. I don't hate Kaz. I don't hate any of them. I don't wish death on anybody. Sometimes I sit and I say to them, I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry because they believe what they're doing is right. They believe that suppressing this podcast is standing up for the police department. In their mind, they believe they're doing the right thing. And that's okay. That's their mind. But I believe that they're really fighting with themselves. We want a better version of the police department. They want a better version of themselves, at least a version of the image that they have themselves. That's one of the biggest sins. That's where we go wrong in life, is when we have egos. And here's the man with the biggest ego right here. You just put out Mayor Eric Adams. That is by far, I don't know who put it up before. That is by far the most useless press conference we have ever seen. Obviously, it was like, let's get this over with. Let's just get this out. Let's get something out. Now, I will say this. The police commissioner that has been installed, he could be the worst guy ever. But it is necessary because right now we couldn't put someone in from the ranks of the Chiefs, even if that person was completely honest and was an informant right now, not providing information. They're just too close to these people. There's too many intimate relationships. We need someone that has no attachment to the police department, that is not worried that maybe they owe someone a favor or they owe them a favor or they know each other's families or there's any little connection where they may feel emotionally attached. We need someone who's completely detached and has no fear to make decisions based on what's necessary for the department and not what's necessary for people at the upper ranks. And unfortunately, that's where we are. It's scary, but look what it's come to.
So we got a lot of people on here saying that Banks and what's the other guy, the Crumbs guy, Pearson. They said Pearson's still running. Yeah, Timmy Crumbs Pearson. They're saying that they're still going to run the New York City Police Department. Do you believe that, Eric? I do not.
No, come on.
That's going to be the case.
No, absolutely not. Again, I think that this was the most meek presence I've ever seen by Eric Adams. This was the most meek and timid presence I've ever seen by him. It's obvious there's some stuff going on behind the curtain. I don't even think he's in charge of the city at this point right now. You could clearly see his demeanor. Some power has been taken from him. I don't know how it's working behind closed doors with the feds. But clearly, he's not in charge of the decision. Those people around him are not going to be in charge. There's going to be a huge overhaul, and it's going to be a mess. This is going to be a mess until it gets better. I do not see them being in charge. I actually see that at some point with this replacement, at some point they actually may lose their indemnification with these sexual allegations. So, we're really dragging through the mud here.
Yeah, so the most scrutinized police department in the world, you guys are wearing body cameras. You literally have to go in every job, every person you talk to, anything you do, every breath you take, you have to document it, not only in your memo book, which is digital now, but also you have to put it in the metadata of these body cameras. And Chief Patrick Jordan, he was a chief of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, 6th largest municipal police department in the world. He has this to say: This corruption proves oversight boards / agencies failed. This means they will only get tougher for the rank and file. Unfortunately, Chief, I 100% agree with you. Eric, what does this say about the NYPD's Internal Affairs Bureau if, in fact, all of these allegations are true?
Well, for one, we know that our investigation, the allegations that we made, were never properly investigated, which we already know. I mean, we've been left in the dark. We have someone that threatened our lives, threatened the lives of our children, and the NYPD still refuses to release that information. Instead of telling us to keep us safe, we were told they cannot release the information to us because they're afraid of us retaliating towards all cops are woke, which is the most ridiculous thing. No longer they be trusted. It's exactly what we said. Internal Affairs has to be an independent watchdog at this point. I said, I think I'm pretty confident when it comes to corruption cases, it can be an all civilian entity. When it comes to misconduct cases, you do need police perspective, but absolutely no longer to be trusted. That's another infected bureau of the police department. Patrick Johnny, who just put a comment. It's actually pretty funny, but it's true. Lots of resumes being prepared on the upper floors of 1PP today. You're absolutely right. People should be running for the hills. But again, I'm not happy about this. I'm actually sad by it because, I mean, look how hard the cops worked under Rudy Giuliani to bring the police department to where it is, post-corruption scandal with Michael Dowd and continuing that model with Michael Bloomberg and really, sucking wind under former Mayor Bill de Blasio and getting to this point, like, man, they must, some of these retired guys must be looking at their lap like, oh my God, all this hard work we did, it just went to shit. And that's the truth. But you know what? We could bring it back. We can. It's just going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of pain. And unfortunately, I think the ones that are going to have the growing pains through this are the cops, the boots on the ground, just as Patrick Jordan, chief of LA County, referred to. Unfortunately, those who pay the most, they pay the biggest price for this. That's where I feel sorry. My heart goes with the cops right now, the cops on the ground.
Yeah, I know first thing that needs to happen, someone needs to take bleach, go over to Teddy Roosevelt's desk and clean that off, please. Because Teddy Roosevelt must be rolling over in his grave right now. Terrible. We got 4,280 people. Continues to climb. We appreciate everybody. For those of you just joining us, we appreciate you for being here. We're talking about the resignation of Police Commissioner Edward Caban. Let's bring in the worst by far mayoral address ever. And let's just hear what Fox News is saying about this. I'm just curious what the corporate media is saying around this. I don't watch corporate media. I don't have Fox. I don't have Newsmax. Either does Eric. We don't listen to those things. We kind of just get our news through social media, through others, text messages, things of that nature. Let's just see what they say. Let's everyone watch this. Let's see. Now that we know the name of the new police commissioner, let's see if we could actually understand it, what's coming out of Eric Adams' mouth. And this is just a 3-minute clip. Let's watch this real quick, and then we'll get your thoughts, Eric.
And just had the lowest number of shootings above ground ever in the history of recorded history in this city in August. To ensure crime keeps going down in our city today, I'm taking immediate action in appointing Tom Donlin as interim police commissioner. Tom is an experienced law enforcement professional who has worked at the local, state, federal, and international levels. He served as New York's director of the Office of Homeland Security, ran the FBI's National Threat Center and the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorist Task Force, and worked as the cold case agent investigating the 1993 Twin Towers bombing, as well as the attacks in U.S. embassies in Africa and the USS Cole in Yemen by Al-Qaeda. He is also a Bronx native. Tom joins a team at One Police Plaza that is relentlessly dedicated to public safety and protecting New Yorkers. That is why New York is the safest big city in the world and why it will continue to be. I thank incoming Commissioner Donlin for stepping in during this critical moment. As always, the men and women of the NYPD have my gratitude for their dedication and professionalism. I thank them for their command and their decision-making as we move forward, and for continuing to service that they deliver to all New Yorkers. Thank you, and God bless our great city and a bright future ahead. Thank you.
John, I think that every time we do a
All right,
live...
so the mayor of the city.
Okay, I just want to say, I think every time we do a live episode, I'm going to nominate what's the best comment for the day. The other day, we had someone that was amazing. This, by far, I'm going to say, I think is the best comment today. It comes from Patrick Donahue. Let me see. Here it is. It's not funny for people who really went through this, but it is funny. The body language of the mayor's announcement is similar to a POW reading a prepared statement.
I disagree. I'm gonna say Corn Pop has the comment of the day. Now we're back to the old white guy. That's what I'm doing. As I'm thinking that's the comment of the show right there.
Listen, John, you and Corn Pop have been teaming up on me all day. I don't know if there's something going on behind the scenes here, Corn Pop. I know, he talked about how good looking you are.
Yeah.
I'm all for
She likes
Second
bald
Amendment.
guys, that's why. All right, let's hear what the corporate media's got to say. I'll come right to you.
Who knew that his people were under investigation. They have taken cell phones. They have taken other types of devices and property from people who work for him, not the least of whom is his police commissioner. He gave a simple line off the top and then ran the man's resume and said who he was replacing him with, Tom Donnellan, and that will be his replacement. You know, Charles, it's been a long time since we have seen this type of investigative pressure on a city leader. Because Adams was also, we had read that there were cell phones involved in this, and his aides were looked at. We don't know the scope of this yet, but the police commissioner is gone, and what we got was a resume read, not a whole lot of anything else. Something went wrong.
Something went terribly wrong because Mayor Adams read off a list of amazing accomplishments, and all of a sudden it's so amazing, we got to get rid of the guy who did it. He said, this critical moment, wait a minute, crime is down dramatically, and now we're going to make a change at the top. Listen, I Googled some of this stuff, right, just to see what New York Mayor Eric Adams' political career is a walking tragedy. That's MSNBC. New York Mayor Adams' response to federal investigations yesterday. Again, the raids on Mayor Adams' top aides as legal problems mount. I thought we were going to hear something about what we know. This is an elephant in the room. There's a few elephants in the room, and New Yorkers deserve a lot more. They need to understand what the heck is happening. Maybe legally he can't go too far, but
All right, my friend, we're not far off from what they're saying. I mean, they're like, what the hell was that? Like, what do you think about that, dude?
Oh, I think there's nothing to even say. I think he's spot on. He's regurgitating what we're all saying. The real thing is, like, you're not talking about the real issue. You're not talking about the elephant in the room. You should come out and talk about, hey, there's a probe, and for the betterment of the police department, he's stepping down. We need a good police department, good order for the cops. We need good order for the public. Instead, he talked about how great his accomplishments are. We're talking about how great his accomplishments are. If they're so great and you don't have to worry about anything happening with this probe, then why is he stepping down? This is just so contrary to what's going on. It's ridiculous what he's saying here, and then gives a brief bio and doesn't answer any questions. He was spot on. You know what he said just now? New Yorkers deserve better. I think he's right. New Yorkers deserve better. They got a bullshit bag of goods. Mayor Eric Adams offered them safety to prosperity. He offered them a better New York. I mean, people bought into it. Eric Adams, former captain, and they got a shit bag of goods. He sold them a bridge, and a bridge that's collapsing.
No, it's terrible, man. I mean, I think, when I just watched that, I was like, wow, they're left kind of flabbergasted too. And they're saying that New York really does deserve better, because it does. It deserves better from the mayor. It deserves better from the police commissioner. And, the problem that we have here is that we really don't know the direction. And a lot of people, I'm getting a ton of texts. I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate everybody sending messages. For the ones I can't get to, I apologize. Trying to get what we can. But a lot of people are saying that nothing's changing because Banks is still going to run it. I don't think so, people. I will really, in uncharted waters, I really think you're going to see Phil Banks resign next. If I had to make a call, these people are shrouded in scandal for a reason. I think Timothy Pearson's gone. And I'm telling you, I think that if you really want to affect change, you're going to have to start over. It appears to be, if the allegations are true, it's not even that it appears to be. If the allegations are true, then that's it. The entire upper echelon of the NYPD is corrupted. The system's corrupted. And we need to start over. We need to start over. We need to start over in the system we're in, clean that up, and then we could talk about where the failures in that system are. None failed more, in my opinion, than the NYPD Internal Affairs Bureau. Obviously, we made a complaint to them that the NYPD police commissioner sent his criminal friend after us, that the NYPD police commissioner allowed Cass Daughtry, John Schell to misuse police resources in an attempt to threaten and intimidate. They allowed John Schell and Cass Daughtry to weaponize the Internal Affairs Bureau against us. They allowed all of these attacks on social media, all of these cryptic things where they're talking through me and Eric through hashtags, all because we're just giving our opinion about them lying about crime being down. When in fact, crime is not down. He even continues to say it at this press conference. We need to continue to drive crime further down. Crime is up 32% since Eric Adams took office. That is a fact. Violent crime is up since Eric Adams took office significantly. That is a fact. Everything else they're talking about is nonsense. They're talking about arbitrary timeframes. They're playing games. They're putting word spin on things. They're playing Comstat games with the public. And it's all a joke. And because we gave our opinion and we made a few funny memes, we had the weight of the New York City Police Department come after us. Our friends in the New York City Police Department are afraid to talk to us because we started a podcast that gave our opinion. We gave our anecdotal experience. We didn't hold any punches. We talk about the things that the men and women are talking about in the locker room, at the dinner table. We're just having our dinner time conversations here instead of where the upper echelon is having a completely different dinner time conversation than they're having with the mainstream media on the news. And they're telling lies to the public. And because we called them out for it, they weaponized this entire administration as well as their criminal buddies. It really revved up after we had Sal Greco on our show. And Sal Greco was fired for criminal association because he was friends with Roger Stone. Roger Stone, at that point of Roger Stone's life, he's pardoned by the 45th president of the United States. He's allowed to vote. He's allowed to own a gun. So he's not considered a criminal by any stretch of the imagination. However, that did not stop the New York City Police Department from firing Sal Greco. So we had Sal Greco on the show, and we highlighted the fact that the police commissioner and the entire upper echelon of the NYPD, including union heads such as Pat Lynch, are hanging out with known criminals at nefarious locations. And once we did that, all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose. So I'm saying right now, forget it appears. There is a lot of dirty things, and there's a lot of things that happened over this past year and a half that need to be answered for. There's a lot of things. And again, if these allegations are proven true that the police commissioner's brother was a racketeering operation, a racketeering and extortion operation on nightlife restaurants, if that's true, it's only the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more to come out.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. What's behind the curtain? I'd like to thank John. We would like to thank Primetimer 1234 $20 to the podcast. Thank you so much. He says you guys are the best. Thank you so much for the compliment. No, you guys are the best friends and listeners of podcasts because you help us and we do this together. Just curious, the Hispanic Society promotion rate just dropped 80%. LOL. It's sad to see. It's funny. I don't want to get completely off topic, but that's a great comment because it's sad to see that the fraternal organizations at this point. Now, I don't know if you heard me. I said this on a prior podcast, but John and I talk about this behind closed doors all the time. And I said, it's starting to look like these fraternal organizations are competing with each other on who has the best spot of nepotism close to the king, which is Commissioner Caban, to get their members promoted. Listen, I think it's great you're trying to get your members promoted, but to what ends? To what means that you go out and you embarrass your fraternal organization by making everyone man of the year that has the potential and who could benefit the organization. Again, I would love to see someone at the lower ranks like Juan Perez. Juan Perez should be getting man of the year because he was convicted of a misdemeanor assault for doing his job that he was paid and trained to do. He was summoned to a 911 call. He didn't ask to go there. He was summoned. He went. He was working in uniform. He went to a 911 call. Some animal started choking him. And because he won the fight, he got convicted. That's absolutely ridiculous. And if we had good leadership that actually stood up, maybe Juan Perez wouldn't face such adversity and he wouldn't need the help of this podcast and our friends and listeners podcast to actually stand up for him. So what I'd like to say right now, John, is this. Where are the unions? Where are the unions right now to say, hey, with all this chaos going on, what happens to our members? Where are they? I haven't heard a word. What do you think?
I know where they are. They're running around like chickens without a head, too, because a lot of them were associated with these same people. A lot of these people were associated with the same people. By the way, the unions came after us, too, when we pushed out that someone had sent to the podcast that the PBA under Pat Lynch had snuck a donation to Governor Kathy Hochul during the last New York gubernatorial race. And So we let the members know, like, hey, they're sneaking donations to a candidate they didn't even endorse, a candidate that most of you guys don't support. And the unions came after us too, using all the same sneaky tactics, all that stuff. So they're probably running around like chickens without a head too, you know. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about the fraternals a little bit, the NYPD fraternal organization. We got about 5,500 people on here, closing in on 5,600 people. Appreciate everybody. For those of you tuning in, we're talking about the resignation of Police Commissioner Ed Caban, the appointment of a new interim police commissioner, as well as the large looming, what appears to be a corruption scandal brewing over New York City Mayor Eric Adams' office, his deputy mayor appointees, and a large, what appears to be corruption, extortion, racketeering scandal involving the upper echelon of the NYPD. But let's talk about the fraternal organizations. Fraternal organizations, you know, I was a member of the Columbia organization, Holy Name Society. We have the Illyrian for the Albanian officers. There's numerous. The DESI for Indian officers. There's a million different organizations. But a lot of them, when this scandal came out, when this broke that he got his house raided, they all stood in support of Ed Caban. Ed Caban currently is going to be awarded Man of the Year later in the month in several of these fraternal organizations and then into October. And, you know, we've seen fraternal organization after fraternal organization show their support for Ed Caban. These are the same fraternal organizations that showed zero support for my good friend Marlon Bethel, who was terminated for not putting something in his body and letting Eric Adams, what I like to call Harvey Weinstein, on him. Put this in your body if you want to continue working and if you want to feed your family. So so Marlon Bethel wouldn't get on the casting couch. He wouldn't do that to stay in Hollywood. So he was terminated from the New York City Police Department. His fraternal organizations, and none of the fraternal organizations stood up for him. None of the fraternal organizations stood up for Juan Perez. Juan Perez, who was arrested for throwing 6 punches in 6 seconds after he was put in a chokehold in the West Village by an emotionally disturbed person. None of them stood up. None of them. And now, yet they were there to stand up in support of Ed Caban. Eric, what do you believe should happen? First of all, is he still getting the Man of the Year awards? And should they rescind their comments?
So before I go into that, I just want to say Gigi Jupiter, huge friend to the podcast. I assume it's a she. There's a picture of a dog, by the way. I love dogs. It's always with us. She writes, keep up the good work, and donated $49.99 to the podcast. Thank you so much. Gigi actually donated, I think, $50 last time also. Thank you so much for dipping it into your pocket and being so generous. We appreciate it. Thank you for the compliments, but we also compliment you. It really helps us that when we do the live, that we have friends and listeners weighing in with us, and it keeps the conversation going. It's so important. We can't just do this by ourselves. We need you. It's really important, and we appreciate it. We're very appreciative of it. So I had spoke about this, and I'm really disappointed what I see from the fraternal organizations. I get it, but what I don't see anymore is I don't see these fraternal organizations there for camaraderie. I see them as just passed for nepotism, just to find benefits to get people promoted, and that's what it's starting to look like. And it's really looking dirty. It looks ugly. I think that at this position, I think the presence of these organizations, they really need to evaluate themselves and evaluate the way it looks. It's not a good appearance of impropriety for uniform services, and especially fraternal organizations, I think is on par, and they're on parallel. And I think that they should absolutely rescind Man of the Year. And they should absolutely rescind their comments and say, we apologize at this point, and we've lost our way, and we want what's best for the boots on the ground. We want what's best for the cops, and start supporting some lower ranks, because the lower ranks are the ones that are suffering, that are taking the biggest beating right now. Cops are under attack. But you know why they don't make them Man of the Year, John? Because they can't benefit them. Juan Perez can't get any of them promoted. Juan Perez can't get any of them good assignments. Juan Perez is not getting anybody's special assignment. That's why. We all know it. But again, John, just like you say, and I'm going to tag along with this, because, brother, you say something, I say something, vice versa. We use each other's lines because it's important to say. Here we go of saying things we shouldn't say, right, John? Don't you love to say that? because that's true. And I'm going to say these fraternal organizations, they only honor people that could benefit them.
City council's having a meeting, and I don't know what they're having it about. I don't know if I should bring it up on here. If anybody knows what city council's having a meeting about, it's probably something ridiculous, like they want to have reparations or they want to install different signs into gun manufacturers. But here's from the king of memes. This is why we're the most hated by the upper echelon of the NYPD. This is why probably more than likely the new interim police commissioner won't be a big fan of this podcast either, is because the king of memes, Alamo Defender 1 on X, good member of the finest unfiltered. Here he is, Eric Adams walking with Ed Caban on Monday. And then on Thursday, there he is. He's gone. No more Ed Caban. So he's not standing with him. He said he wasn't going to stand down. I think that's what, what really bothers the upper echelon a lot, because again, they have proven to have low integrity. Now we know they've had questionable integrity their entire careers. I mean, again, Ed Caban was rumored to have cheated on tests. He was transferred out of numerous precincts as a lieutenant, as a captain. He had problems as an inspector. Same goes for John Schell. Questionable integrity, questionable shooting, very questionable shooting. And then Kaz Daughtry, who's actually lied twice, has done ridiculous, crazy things ever since Eric Adams has came into office, and really has done a lot of questionable things as a cop. Like I said over and over again, if Kaz Daughtry didn't know anyone and wasn't friends with Madry, he would have been terminated years ago. Not people of good character. And this is who's still left. So it's like, all right, we have Eric Adams is supposed to be driving the ship, right? He likes to say that he's the pilot. Don't ask for the plane to crash, folks. I'm the pilot. We all go down together. But there's a large corruption scandal looming over him. There's a large corruption scandal looming over his deputy mayors, where it's being alleged that they're selling contracts, security contracts for kickbacks. And then there's a third large, probably, if turns out to be true, will be the largest police corruption scandal in NYPD history, because we've never had a seated police commissioner, along with the entire upper echelon of the NYPD, running an extortion racketeering ring, especially in the information age and body cameras and things of that nature. You would think that this is unlikely to happen. And this is why when we told you that the police commissioner was a dirtbag, and we told you that Eric Adams was a dirtbag, and we told you that John Schell, Kaz Daughtry, and all these people were dirtbags, and that they were coming after us and sending their criminal friends, all of yous kind of looked at us like we were crazy. And now no one's really thinking that we're crazy, because we're not. We were just calling out what we've seen. Everybody that's ever worked with us, for us, or we worked for could vouch for that, and has vouched for that. That's why the only dirt they were able to dig up was that when I was forced out of my career, because I also would not let Eric Adams, Harvey Weinstein me. I wouldn't go on the casting couch and say, put this in your body of work. I started a taxi company in Florida, and it won, actually, Transportation Service of the Year 2 years in a row. So thank you for letting everybody know that I can properly manage a business, and I am competent, which is what I always put out in the NYPD, unlike you people.
Yep, and also the smear campaign and attacks on myself. It's been the same stuff we already saw in the papers. It's all about CCRB related. I'm this hothead that went out beating people, just innocently getting the poor violent guy that just shot 10 people with a gun. Apparently, I deployed too many strikes when we're fighting over guns. But I projected my authority with a cigar in my mouth. That was the problem. So these are the smear campaigns that you get. These are the tactics that are thrown against myself and John for speaking out the truth, for giving our opinion. I'm shocked. I never knew that just giving your opinion and criticism is such a big deal. I mean, look, me and John get along great. We're friends. We do a podcast together. Sometimes we disagree. We joke around back and forth, and we go back and forth. Am I going to be mad at John? You think I'm going to walk away? Oh, my God, he disagreed with me. I'm so mad at him. You think he's going to be mad at me? It's the most ridiculous thing. We're supposed to disagree. It's healthy. You know what? If John got on the podcast this morning and he looked stupid, he had a shirt that didn't look good, shouldn't I tell him, like, John, dude, you don't look good today? Or if I'm on the podcast and I look silly, something, I hope he would tell me. It's like that person you see, you see them and they got a booger hanging out of their nose and nobody says anything and an hour went by. It's like it's a little too late. Or that girl that goes out and she's a little bit overweight. She's got that outfit that doesn't look good. And I'm always like, she doesn't have any friends. She doesn't have any real friends. Tell her the truth. Like, girl, you don't look good. That's not for you. But that's what real friends do. You speak the truth and you actually give real criticism. But in the NYPD, this is the biggest threat to the NYPD. I said it before and I'll say it again, John. It's the nice guy syndrome. We need to fix the nice guy syndrome before anything. We have to get that infectious disease out. Everyone's afraid to hurt anybody's feelings. Everyone's a nice guy. Sometimes you have to hurt people's feelings. Like, dude, you look stupid today. I mean, I ran a special team. You ran special teams. There were days you went to work like, you know what? You knew it was your turn. You were getting abused that day. It was funny. Nobody took it personal. And that was life.
Yeah, no, I had to give a presentation one day, and this kid brought me a poppy seed bagel, and I ate it. And then I lost track of time, and I ran in, and I did the presentation. And I walk out, I go right to the bathroom. I'm like, damn, I hope I didn't have anything in my teeth. I look, I have black poppies all over my teeth. I instantly go in, I'm like, dude, you didn't tell me I have poppy seeds in my teeth. He goes, oh, I thought something was wrong with your teeth. I was like, wow, bro. I was like, you're a coward. I can't believe you didn't tell me that. Like, it's terrible. But listen, 6,400 people in here we're talking about the corruption scandal brewing over Eric Adams, the entirety of the Eric Adams administration. Eric, let's say they didn't appoint this guy and they appointed Eric Dim, the most complained cop, as the police commissioner. What's your first move going to be with the Internal Affairs Bureau? Because obviously they failed. The reason I brought up the complaints that we gave is because we had alleged this almost a year ago now, and absolutely nothing was done. We've had our children's lives threatened by active NYPD officers no longer on the job. He's probably on this thread watching right now. Nothing was done about that. They didn't even take a report for us. What do you think should happen in the Internal Affairs Bureau? Like, what would you do? What would you do now? Like, you're the police commissioner. Your mayor may possibly be getting an indictment next week. The rest of the staff underneath you may possibly be getting an indictment next week. Are you going to alienate those people? Are you going to let the thing play out? Like, what are you doing here?
Well, unfortunately, again, the Internal Affairs Bureau has to need a complete overhaul. I think those people, anyone that's internal affairs, especially doing investigations, first off, the commanding officer of internal affairs needs to be removed immediately. Anyone that's doing investigations, let me circle back and say that anyone's doing intake, things like that, there's no reason for them to move. They're just documenting complaints and they're logging it in as the intake. But investigators have to be removed immediately, put them back in uniform, put them out in the field, and we need to replace them and vet anyone that's going to do investigations. We need people of high level of integrity, but we need people that did real police work. Not just people by nepotism. We need to find people that did real police work. And I will look at people that did anti-crime. I will look at people that did intrusive police work. Those are people that we need to do investigations that have perspective. We need people of sound mind. They're going to have to be interviewed, and I think they should actually be interviewed directly from the police commissioner. Unfortunately, the daunting task. It's not something I usually recommend when it comes to leadership, more to delegate stuff because he's going to have a lot of stuff to do, but he has to personally vet them at this time. We need to get those investigations, and we need two separate entities. We need one of corruption cases and one of misconduct cases, absolutely. And I would definitely bring in some civilian personnel when it comes to corruption cases. And the misconduct cases, I think they should be done by police perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think, you definitely need to gut the Internal Affairs Bureau. That's for sure. And I mean, you have to gut the executive ranks, and anyone who worked for the executives, you have to gut them. Sorry for you guys that are listening that are completely uninvolved in this, but it is what it is. You have to do that. The other thing I think that you have to do is you have to sideline everybody. You got your phone taken in this scandal, and the police commissioner just resigned as a result of it. Sorry, man, I can't trust you or your staff to properly administer this police department. You might get indicted next week. Do you want to come in as the new police commissioner and see someone get perp walk out of One Police Plaza? He doesn't know any more about the investigation than anybody else does, right? So you could be getting set up for failure. And every time I got asked to do something else in the police department, I would always be like, I'm getting set up for failure. I'm the fool. That would always be the thought in my head. I'd be like, give me the sinking ship. And they're like, we need you to fix this. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But that's what I did. And Script Keeper says, I'm telling you, Script, what's up? I know you're Fuzz's boy. What's up? He says, I'm telling you, he's the fall guy. I mean, it's rumored. It's absolutely rumored that Ed Caban did not want to step down. It's absolutely rumored that he did not want to step down, that Adams told him he had to step down or he was going to force him to, he was going to remove him from the police commissioner's seat. I see what you're saying, because why is all of the heat on Ed Caban right now? All the heat's on him because he's the police commissioner and New York City's in turmoil. I think he probably feels like he's going to be the fall guy and everybody else is going to rat him out. He probably 100% feels like that. And again, if this is true, he wasn't alone in this. They were all in on it together. So he's like, why am I going down? And Adams is still in office and these rest of the guys are just hanging out like nothing happened. I totally hear that. I know a lot of people in the Hispanic community, especially in the Bronx, are trying to make this about a race thing. I think that's insane. It's always the go-to when there's something there. Potentially, I'm sure everybody wants him to be the fall guy that are involved in this scandal. I'm sure Adams wants him to be the fall guy. I'm sure everyone in the police department wants him to be the fall guy. But again, they all got their phones taken as well. Let's see how it plays out. I hope you're wrong. I hope that he didn't just step down and they're trying to put all the blame on Ed Caban. If this, like I said, if this allegation is true, that the upper echelon of the NYPD was running a racketeering and extortion racket, the entirety of the upper echelon of the police department should be gutted. Eric, what do you think about what Script Keeper is saying here, where he's saying that Ed Caban's the fall guy?
Yeah, I do think they're trying to make him the fall guy, but it's going to be up to Ed Caban if he's going to allow himself to be the fall guy or if he's going to be the snake to rattle to tattle. So, unfortunately, and that's why I think that Eric Adams put certain people in place for that reason, to be the fall guy. Rob Marine, I want to thank him for the comment. Semper Fi, brother. That's why these podcasts are so great when we do them live, because the comments and the opinions and expertise that our friends and listeners weigh in. Sometimes you bring up stuff that we have made overlooked. I mean, listen, we can't name everything. We're speaking off the top of our heads. We do these podcasts right. We shoot right off the hip. There's no script. But Rob Marine says, Eric, wasn't DOI supposed to be doing that? I think he's referring to the fact of having the civilians have oversight of internal affairs. You're absolutely right. So that's where something else needs to change. I didn't even think about that, because who's in charge of DOI, John? The mayor.
Mushmouth mayor of New York City. Yeah.
That's a huge problem. So, Rob Marine, you're absolutely right, but that's a huge problem. So that's another thing that we need to look at. Someone else has to have oversight of DOI for that very reason. That's why I love these podcasts. Thank you, brother. That's a great point. I overlooked that. I know. I appreciate it.
So, Latina Brown, good friend to the podcast, community advocate, Bronx Community Outlet, former ran for New York City Council in the Bronx as well, former candidate for New York City Council. She says politicians will be next. So I'm going to have to agree with you, Latina. The thing is, what's going on is that this corruption scandal around the NYPD, what's being alleged is that Ed Caban gave his brother an NYPD security detail who chauffeured around. We don't know what kind of car, but I'm assuming a nice one. So that's being alleged. Taxpayers are paying for a security detail for his unidentical twin. Not identical. They do look similar, though. They dress the same. They wear the same type of goatee. But I could tell the difference right away. I think most people can. They're not identical. So that's one thing. But then it goes into the brother started a nightlife consulting company. And what's being alleged about this nightlife consulting company is that what's being alleged through the media and what we're gathering is that this consulting company not only installed their own security guards, say, all right, hire my security guards, hire my consulting services, And you're not going to have a problem with the NYPD. You're not going to have any enforcement in here. If you have any enforcement in here, you let us know, whether it's with Department of Buildings, Department of Health, you know, whatever slew of agencies, the fire department, the NYPD, notifications to the state liquor authority. And if by some chance that happens, you let us know and we'll take care of that, right? Huge ticket fixing scandal years ago. A lot of cops got fired for that, right? So this is more of a protection extortion racket. What I'm hearing when I'm alleging it, what not that I'm alleging, but what I'm hearing from the allegations. I'm hearing that from the allegations because the inference is, if you don't hire my consulting company, then what's going to happen? The NYPD, you are going to get the brunt of enforcement from the NYPD. So the New York City Police Department doesn't have access to the Department of Buildings. They don't have access to the New York State Liquor Authority. They don't have access to the Department of Health or the Fire Department. So Latina's saying politicians are going to be next. And I can't disagree with her at all, because how did they get access to these other agencies? If these allegations are true, how did they get access to these other agencies? And how were the elected not aware of this? And by the way, has anyone heard from Letitia James? Has anyone heard? Oh, she's still working on the Trump case. Like, what's going on with her?
Hey, listen, do me a favor. Send Sal Greco a link. He wants to jump on.
Sure. What do you got? What do you think? Latina's saying politicians will be next. Do you see that? I was bringing in the inference how
absolutely.
Like, if the allegations are true that they were fixing things for the State Liquor Authority and the Department of Buildings, Department of Health, and FDNY, how could you do that just as being the police commissioner? You would need other sources from there. How could you do that just from being a one-star chief? So what are your thoughts around that?
Well, you're absolutely right. You said it, right? And even Latina just complimented it too, because Latina, but you're right, John. How do they get access is correct. That's the key to this whole thing, is how does everyone get access? So there has to be politicians involved in this. Absolutely. I think you nailed it. I think Latina nailed it. And I think that's the unfortunate part, that there's politicians involved. What's scary also is someone here put a comment. I want to read it. I don't think they're a troll to the podcast. I think they're actually a friend to the podcast. But this is some real deep state stuff. Let me see if I can find it. It's a funny name. Tex Fartson. Do you see the comment?
I don't see the comment, but
here it is. So Tex Fartson says, and if this is true, this is a little scary, but I don't think so. And this is some real deep state stuff. He says, or she, did it ever occur to you that the FBI just has to seize a few phones and put their guy in as the PC? That's some real deep state stuff, conspiracy. I mean, with this country, what's going on, it's not beyond the realm of possibility. But with everything that we see and what's been going on, I don't agree with that. I'm going to push back with that. I don't think that that's what's going on. John, do you agree? I don't think that's what's going on at all.
I don't even like to get into the conspiracy theories, honestly, because all we got is what's in front of our face. And like, I don't even get into it. Like, oh, that's being installed. Listen, the New York City Police Department, if what's being alleged is true and the New York City Police Department's corrupt, I said it a week ago. I said it should fall under federal receivership. Am I for federalizing the NYPD? No, I'm absolutely not. But what else could you do? What else could you do at that point? You need to go to the federal route. Anybody else could potentially be compromised. So you really don't have a choice. You really don't have a choice in that matter. So like, to me, like, to say like, oh, now it's falling under these things. Like, yeah, all right, the guy works for BlackRock. They got a lot of people that work for BlackRock. Okay, what does that mean? Like I said, all these guys retire and they look for that golden retirement carrot and they run in the same circles. I don't think it necessarily means the dude's a bad guy. I mean, he worked for the Obama administration. I don't love that, but doesn't mean anything. I'm friends. Half of my friends are Democrats. Half of my friends voted for Obama. Like, you know what I mean? What, I'm going to hate them? I'm going to say, oh no, this guy not competent. I don't know a damn thing about the guy. I don't know a damn thing about the guy to ever make an inference on that. So I wouldn't even talk about it. And like I said, if it's true, I'm not lying. I think that the NYPD would have needed to interim fall on federal receivership. So we got about 7,500 people on here, still growing. Appreciate everybody's tuning in. We're talking about the corruption scandal brewing over the Eric Adams administration, the resignation of Ed Caban. And at this time, we'd like to bring to the stage our good friend, the star of the Sal Greco show, the Sal Greco. Sal, welcome to the stage.
Guys, it's an honor to be here with you. And I've been listening.
Brother.
I see the comments, and I see everybody wanting to, comment on their own way, making conspiracy theories. So I want to start. I want to show you this. I'm wearing Roman Reigns' shirt, the only one. You know why? Because everybody keeps saying I look like the guy. So I figured I'd put this on for the first time ever on any kind of show. But that's the comedy part now. So I hear what you're saying about everything. I'm going to go all the way back. So I'm going to tell you just a little bit about me when I was a cop, all right? Because I have people that I know, and you know who they are. I go on their shows, and they say, Sal Greco has an axe to grind. But you know something? When you haven't, maybe if you have an axe to grind, doesn't mean that you're not necessarily not being truthful. So I was a cop. When I was a cop, and you guys didn't even know me. I mean, you may have heard of me on the job, but I was a guy who was very active out there. I had a lot of people that didn't like me. A lot of people did, and a lot of people didn't like me. Reason they didn't like me, they thought I was boisterous and all this kind of stuff because it's a dog-eat-dog world when you're just a guy who's trying to do their job and everybody either likes that you're active or they think they're jealous. They don't like you for whatever reason. So if I was defending myself or attacking other people on the job, it wasn't anything personal. It's you're standing up for yourself. But I could tell you, I don't want to make anything personal on the job because everybody's still a cop. So it's not like I had any personal beefs. You know, that time in my life, that era is over. But I was a guy that I didn't say anything. I just went out and proved it. So if somebody would go out there and they got a position, let's say in a conditions team or something, and they didn't really earn it because of nepotism or cronyism, which is you guys always talk about that stuff. I said, okay, then I would go out there and I did stuff that they didn't like. So in 1 month, I would make more arrests and more C summonses than everybody on the crime team, everybody on the conditions team. And guess what? They were getting sued and they were getting CCRB'd, and Sal Greco has a clean record. People hate that. But you got to be smart. And I'm not saying I'm smarter than anyone else, just I use my brain to do things. That's the kind of way now you're seeing with all of this. So what I'm leading to with this is a national embarrassment. I know people want to stick up for this guy with Eddie Caban and stuff, but no one should be sticking up for him. Those allegations, first of all, I said on my own show, and this was prior to all of this, forget about him just stepping down. He should be perp walked out of One Police Plaza. That security thing, which is not an allegation, is starting to look like you have a bunch of cops that are saying this because that's what the sources have to be. That is official misconduct, which is a felony. It is automatically a felony. He needs to be arrested. He is not a good guy. Everything he's ever done is tarnished because as a police commissioner, he had a chance to change his life. Now, I mentioned this on Sid Rosenberg's show. The rumor on the street has been for years, the Caban brothers, along with the aforementioned, the infamous, the guy that threatened you, Jimmy Rodriguez, a self-admitted criminal and a mob associate who owned Jimmy's Bronx Cafe, probably the last thing he's ever owned is on a piece of paper. They were running security out of there. It was a small operation. So I guess 30 years, some odd years ago, you hear these rumors in the street. Does this really surprise anybody to hear a protection security racket? Really? If you're on law enforcement and you know what I'm talking about, this is a rumor. I mean, if I heard it, how many other people know it? The rumor is, you know how they had that other show they call the Mayor of Kingston? He's the mayor of the Bronx, Eddie Caban. That's his nickname, for God's sakes. I don't want to hear it when people start trying to spin things. And then this conspiracy. I hear that. I heard someone I know that you just mentioned and saying, you know, the fall guy or Eric Adams spoke out against the Biden administration. Guys, look, I think people have Trump derangement syndrome on the other side too, even people on the right. Not everything is about that man. I've been as close as, listen, I lost my career, okay, because of my friendship with Roger Stone and my support for that guy. But I'm going to tell you this. Not everything, the government, the FBI, not everything is globalism. It's not. When it comes to that man, yes, a lot of forces don't like him, and they're going to try to hurt people in and around him. But that doesn't mean that there's other people on the same agencies that aren't doing their job. There's a job to do. They have to be honest. They have to do things. Right away, I saw this guy as a globalist. They just put in as a police commissioner. 2 seconds in, conspiracy central. That's insane. You don't
All
even
right,
know.
all right, but Sal, not to
Right
cut you
away.
off. Sal, I know, not to cut you off, but listen, what should happen? Like, what do you think now? The police commissioner just stepped down. They just installed somebody else. What do you believe should happen now? Are John Schell, Kaz Daughtry, Tani Kinsella, Tariq Shepard, are they fit to continue to lead the New York City Police Department?
Absolutely not. They should all. The appearance of impropriety is they all either knew about it. They stand in the same room with the guy. Heck, right now, anybody who's been pictured at Controversies with Eddie Caban, you have to question them. What do you know of anything of what this man was doing? How close are you with him? What are their messages? It just looks bad because it's the police department, John. It's not civilians. Civilians, we know. But police department, the look of impropriety, the allegations we're hearing, and it's ever expanding because it sounds like there's 2 different things going on at the same time that they coincide together somehow, because you hear the Caban brothers and then you hear the Banks brothers. They love to live the wild life. They go into different nightclubs themselves and splashing. Where's this money coming from? Are you getting paid?
Sal, let's talk about what we know, right? Because what we're going to hear is what John and I particularly face in opposition on a daily basis. Well, there's no allegations.
I see it. It's ridiculous too.
They'll say there's no allegations yet. And
Yeah,
you're
okay.
saying they should be in handcuffs, right? And what John and I are saying is that right now there is corruption. There's stuff behind the curtain we don't know, but the corruption with the brother have a security detail. So based on that corruption alone, does that warrant him being in handcuffs? Does that warrant what do you think specifically warrants an overhaul of the upper echelon of the police department? And what allegations or rumors have you heard that may be behind the curtain?
So the specific allegation of the official misconduct right now, that one right there, the security detail, where we know you are hearing that the detectives or whoever was driving his brother around, that is official misconduct. That is a crime. Eddie Caban, who is the police commissioner and authorized that, needs to be arrested. He's the one guy right now with the crime. That's an actual crime. He's the one. Everything else right now needs to continue because we really don't know what the feds have. But there are troubling things, and I understand last night, Eric.
Wait. Would you say only the brother should be arrested?
I'm saying Eddie Caban, out of this right now, officially should be arrested. Everybody, we still don't even know what his brother he might have done more than what we look at. That's why they continue to look at. I'm saying just for the official misconduct, we already have Eddie Caban committing a crime right there.
Right. That's why we're saying
exactly.
What rumors have you heard that's going on behind the curtain that may come out?
There's more stuff because, again, I keep pointing to everybody. Consafrito, where everybody just, it's just a nightclub. Oh, let me tell you something. Last night you saw somebody wrote a nice article about things that, that you have to find the paperwork for it. But the former owner, or I don't know, a business partner or whatever he is, some Albanian guy with the last name Delmage, he owned it. The place used to be called Acri Cafe. You also then had it switch over to Consafrito, where Richard Caban took it over. But then this Jimmy Rodriguez guy was all over the internet saying it's my place. It's me. But he's nowhere on the paperwork. But we don't know if he got paid, who got paid. That's a whole nother story. But right there, this guy Delmage, who somehow was also posting about the place, but he has no involvement through the paperwork. Richie Caban's the owner. They got picked up. What did he get picked up for? Do you know what he got picked up for? And he got charged and he pled guilty. And right now it's a sealed, you don't know anything about the case. Human trafficking. What was that document that I showed everybody just this week that nobody wants to talk about because it has my name on it? God forbid we say Sal Greco. And it was a legally obtained document. It was a document I said from 2021. There was an incident inside a Consafrito, and it was from the people that were looking at it, from the NYPD, the officials from the human trafficking unit. Whatever happened to this investigation? Because then the SLA had an open investigation and it was closed. They continued to party, and then you hear everything else that happened. You had the shed, we had all that other stuff that we could say over and over again, but I think everybody knows it by now. And who was over there, Eric? The Attorney General, the district attorney, Darcel Clark, Tish James, Carl Hasty. what the hell was going on there? And you have all these allegations, and now you have a guy who was either around or involved or something with this place who actually got picked up for something that there was a letter for. I'm not trying to say they're guilty of something. I'm just trying to say, if I'm a cop and I'm an investigator, I'm looking at this and I'm going like this, and I'm sure you guys are going to do the same thing, saying something doesn't look right here. But we know that they all gathered here with all these people, including plenty of criminals and felons. You could look at the videos yourself, and you're saying that look alone is horrendous. But they just don't want to talk about it like it never happened. Yeah, but it did.
But Sal, so Sergeant Blue brings up Sid Rosenberg. I think he's joking, by the way. Rosenberg has pledged his allegiance and support for the new PC. Sid states he's a very good friend and that he loves him. I think he's completely joking. But I listened to you on Sid Rosenberg the other day. And Sid Rosenberg goes, nobody's explained what Eddie Caban needs to step down for. Everyone's only calling for him to step down. And, that's the biggest lie ever. He basically said, you and Curtis Lee were always mumbling that Eddie needs to step down, but nobody could explain to it. And that's the biggest lie ever, because we've said it over and over again that he's being alleged to have run an extortion and corruption racketeering racket where they're shaking down businesses. That's what we're seeing. And it's not just that one nightclub. It's numerous nightclubs, and it's numerous shady individuals, and it's all of these things. So not to pick on Sid Rosenberg, but that's actually factually incorrect. We've said it on this show over and over again, what the implication is for Ed Caban. But Eric, what do you think about as far as the upper echelon hanging out with criminals? Is that just because, Ed Caban did? Or is it, no, they're hanging out with criminals too. They're hanging out at all these bars too. They're implicated in all of this too. Could they turn a blind eye to it? Is it just official misconduct on Ed Caban? And why is the criminal association not even being spoken about? Like, why was Sal fired for criminally associating with Roger Stone, which is illegal? And then after we pointed it out on this podcast, the NYPD changed the definition of criminal association. They changed it, which is absolutely ridiculous. Why is none of that even why is it acceptable for the upper echelon of the NYPD to hang out with known criminals, in your opinion, Eric?
Well, this is the problem where this department misses the mark, and it's so faulty. I say it all the time. Leadership is the most important thing for an organization. They have to set the example, lead by the example. You can't make policy when you don't follow the policy of yourself. However, these are grown men and women, and I'm sorry, we're not all going to become Nazis, are we? Are you kidding me, John? I leverage and I value things by the way that I view them, and I believe I do it from moral principle, and I know you do as well, and so does Sal. So, John, let's picture right now that the three of us decide we're going out for a beer together. We walk into Controversies. We don't know anything about it. We walk into Controversies, and there's known felons there, and we see the police commissioner and other chiefs that are there. Are we staying or are we going? I tell you right now, I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
So
I would never go to that place, especially after you watched this podcast and we told you about it.
That's what I'm saying. So, but even not knowing, I'm like, man, I see Fat Joe. I see a bunch of people that are criminals. I'm not staying there. You know what? I'm walking. I'm going, what the hell is going on? What are they doing? Now, I'm not saying I'm going to report it right there and then. But, man, I'm going to have my eye open and say, wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? Could it just be a fluke? One time they had a party and there happened to be no felons there. But when they constantly, you got Sal Greco putting out pictures and they're constantly going there. You go, oh, wait a minute. We got a problem now. And I tell you, I know firsthand, I threw a 1013 party. One of my cops, thank God he's okay. He's free of all cancer. He was suffering from leukemia. And I threw a 1013 party for him out in the tough parts of Long Island. Just kidding when I say tough parts, but out in Long Island, because that's where he lived. We threw a party for him at 1013, and the hoops that I had to go through to raise him money, the checks that I had to go through internal affairs is amazing to me when I see this going on. When Sal, you're exposed to this hypocrisy of what's going on in Controversies, I'm like, oh my God, I think back what I had to go through. And then I had to do a post follow-up report. So anybody on here that is internal affairs, former internal affairs, I had to do a post follow-up and show them receipts and that we paid for and show them how we got the money that we raised for this police officer. Thank God he's a detective now, and thank God he's okay. He's a fellow Marine. He knows what I'm talking about. But the hoops that I had to go through. And then you see, I didn't know Sal from a hole in the wall. I never knew him on the job. His job is so big. I was working in the Bronx. He was working in Brooklyn. Find out he was terminated for having a friendship with Roger Stone. And I go, wait a minute. I get it. You're not supposed to associate with criminals, but Roger Stone, wasn't he? Whether you think of him, you like him or not, that's your decision. But wasn't he pardoned? And to my knowledge, when you're pardoned, it's basically like your criminal record is swiped clean. And then he gets terminated. And man, the politics start to come on. You see the political arena that's going on here. It's disgusting. Everyone that goes to that place, if you go there more than one time, you're implicated. It's disgusting that the fraternal organizations are having their parties there. Pat Lynch had their party. So now we have to say everybody saw what's going on. It's like, you ever see the movie Alpha Dog? You ever see that movie Alpha Dog?
Yeah.
It's with Justin Timberlake, right? And the kid gets kidnapped. It's a true story. They end up killing him. But what they put in the movie, witness number 1, witness number 50, and they show that everybody saw that something was going on and nobody said a word and the kid got killed. That's what's going on here.
All right, listen, I just brought up on the screen this Dominicans for Trump rally. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because it weighs in heavily what's going on. We've been saying for 2 years, that this department has become heavily politicized. Law enforcement, you need to be apolitical. It's not it's a well-known fact. We all support Donald Trump on the show. All of you guys know it. We're not MAGA sycophants, but we do support Donald Trump. We lead right? But we call out Republicans left and right. Actually, I think more Republican elected have me blocked than actually the left. And I go after the left nonstop more than I even go after the right. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're looking to hold a rally. Dominicans for Trump are looking to hold a rally. This is coming in from the Northern Manhattan Republicans, and they're looking to hold a rally, and they get the permit to hold a rally, but they ask for a sound permit, and the sound permit is being denied by the NYPD's 33rd precinct. I mean, to me, that's a political stance.
Yes.
I tweeted about this last night, and I said, if this was Dominicans for Harris rally, they would have got that sound permit no problem. And so if we're playing political games, corruption's right around the corner, right? Because it's so ripe for corruption. Sal, what do you think about this? Should they have gotten the sound permit? And do you think this is political?
Number one, this is 100% political. Number two, they should definitely get a sound permit because they give them to virtually anyone as long as it's not something that has to do like let's say a white nationalist party or something. So this is ridiculous. But I'm going to point something out here because if it's not the 3-3 CO, I believe this goes through community affairs. The head of community affairs, who should right now be under scrutiny, if not going and resign herself, that's Victoria Perry. And I hope she's listening. Victoria Perry, who had her own incident where she authorized vehicles to go to a funeral that had nothing to do with anything involving the NYPD. It's a misuse of taxpayers' funds, and that's also official misconduct, okay? I don't know why she hasn't been brought into the forefront. But besides that, she herself is a con sofrito girl, and we want to know how many times she went up there and what was she doing over there? Because she was there chummy with who else? The guy who's the deputy commissioner of community affairs, Mark Stewart. What was he doing there? What does he know? We know that place, John, and them too, I'm pretty sure, a lot of Trump haters inside that place. So if you want to make things political, there's your angle right there. Why is Victoria Perry not allowing them to have that sound permit? She's the chief and the head of that, and then Mark Stewart above her. And we have all the evidence to prove that she herself is not the, we'll say, the cleanest person on the job. She herself is involved in 2 scandals that I'm telling you right there. And nobody seems to talk about it. And here she is denying this sound permit. And let's be honest, John, not too many people want to say anything, not to make this about myself, but when I was terminated, I mean, you guys did, but there wasn't really much in the media. A couple people, when I got terminated, and I said, this is a big deal because they terminated me over what? Politics. It's because of Donald Trump. And they stayed silent. And now you're seeing that it just repeats itself over and over and over again. And why? This could be a rally for Harris. I bet you they wouldn't do that. You're right, because they really haven't had any resistance. But
yeah, 100%. 100%. And Sal, if you were hanging out with criminal drug dealer rappers and they had a leftist twinge to them, you wouldn't have got fired. Matter of fact, you wouldn't even have been under investigation. You wouldn't even have had a criminal association charge against you. They would have said, don't do that again, Sal. All right. That's what they would have did to you. Eric, what do you think about this? What do you think about this rally? And before you go, I made a misstep. Latina Brown just found out that the 33rd precinct also rejected the permit to hold the rally. People, this is a First Amendment right. This is a peaceful First Amendment activity. The police department polices differently. And this is how corruption comes in. We got 9,186 people on here. We're talking about the corruption in New York City. We're going to talk about the resignation of Ed Caban. We're talking about the numerous corruption scandals around New York City Mayor Eric Adams. But this plays in because we're seeing such a heavily politicized police department that all you need to do is be on one side. And if you're on one side, you're not apolitical, and there's no way you could police impartially. And that in itself is corruption. Eric, what do you think about this?
First of all, this is the most ridiculous thing. All right. Because I can tell you work in the South Bronx, and anybody who knows the area knows exactly what I'm talking about. And you want to talk about, we're talking about Dominicans right now. You go to 166 in Webster, go there on a Friday night and Saturday night. There's no sound permit. It's the loudest noise you ever heard in your entire life. First of all, the Dominicans come. They come in cars, souped up. It looks like the Fast and the Furious with the biggest boom box speakers. There's girls all over the place, scantily dressed. There's a huge party. They're dancing to the max. There's no sound permit, and it takes hours to shut this thing down. So the fact that they will not issue a sound permit or even a permit at all for this is laughable. So, Sal, John, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about with that spot, but 166 in West.
Dyckman Avenue, right? Dyckman Street, Dyckman Avenue.
This is in the Bronx, 166 in Webster, man. I'm telling you, you could probably hear it from the heights. The noise is incredible. It's at the McDonald's parking lot. I think the McDonald's parking lot was actually redone there. But the noise, like you wouldn't believe. It's unbelievable what goes on there. And there's no sound permit. And I'm not kidding. It takes hours to clear them out. And, and yet they need a sound permit. It's just ridiculous. But we see how politics has affected policing, especially with the NYPD. It's no longer apolitical. That's why I stand with this, with the Dominicans for Trump rally. They should get a permit. They should get a sound permit. The job should be exposed how ridiculous this is. This is absolutely ridiculous. Again, it would just show, I think, I can't believe we're at this point that we're even talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So I can't believe that we're even talking about it. That's why I want you to be vindicated, compensated, and if you ever want to be, reinstated. But I got to be honest, I don't think how you would go back at this point, especially with the way the police department is right now and the way you've been speaking out about the truth. You'd have to be.
Eric, you know something? We're talking about this, but you know something? I see that the NYPD Hispanic Society and Desi Society, they're Hispanic, right? And the Dominican. Where are they on this? They have a position, or are they going to keep posting how great Eddie Caban is while they're hanging out with him at Concha Frito and other shady places, we'll say? Where are they with this?
Well, we spoke about this. John and I spoke about this earlier. You're absolutely right. We both are disappointed by the actions of the fraternal organizations. I don't see them as organizations as camaraderie anymore, as morale boosters. Maybe they are morale boosters because the nepotism that's connected to the upper echelon has created promotions and better transfers. And I get it. There should be a portion to that, right? But not to the point where it's so egregious to the point that they're now competing with each other, right? Because the Hispanic Society really has the position and the ear of former police commissioner Ed Caban to actually have that type of influence. So I've predicted this months ago. I said that other fraternal organizations would now try to compete with the Hispanic organization. I didn't think it would get to this point where everyone's saying man of the year. It really looks desperate. It really cheapens the appearance of these fraternal organizations. I feel bad. If there's anybody on here that's still in a fraternal organization, I hope they speak up and say, listen, we have to do the right thing and honor cops also. Again, I say it again. I think Juan Perez should be man of the year. He was convicted for doing his job. I mean, is this not insane? This is not right. John, have you or Sal, can you think of a cop? I can't think of it. That was awarded man of the year. I'm trying to think. It hasn't come to my mind. Can you think of one?
If a guy gets shot or something, they'll give him man of the year, But other than that, I don't really know any time they really have given cops man of the year. You know, you'll get it from community boards. You know, sometimes your state assemblyman, city council person, congressperson will give you an award. You know, the borough will give you cop of the year, cop of the month. Precinct might give you cop of the month. But no, these fraternal organizations, it's disgusting. Sal, what do you think? Ed Caban's supposed to be the man of the year for all of these different fraternals. What do you think should happen? What's your message to these fraternals?
They should definitely rescind that immediately. Hit any kind of award for this guy would be a black stain, like getting a black eye. It's like punching people in the face, admitting that, oh, what a great guy, we're going to give him an award. I don't even think he could actually, by the end, was it October 1st? He may not be allowed to leave his house, if you know what I mean. So that should be rescinded, and they should just say, we supported him up until the fact that we need to see what happens here. Not you keep now. Look, you're free to support who you want, but now you actually know that there was official misconduct. So if you're supporting that, that's criminality. And if you support criminality, what are you really? And we know this. It is what it is. He did provide security for his brother. That is official misconduct. So why is there such an outpour? So you're saying, let's gloss over this one thing because he was such a nice guy to us, and we're going to clap our hands and say, this is great. You know, John, this bothers me with this Dominicans for Trump rally. Where's the Trump campaign on this? Is there any conservatives, anybody from the Trump campaign speaking out about this? Because this is what they need to look at. I know Trump, he's been silent about what happened to me, what happened to us, about a lot of things that happened regarding the police department, but they clearly are no friends of his. And a lot of these upper echelon people are siding on one side, which they shouldn't. It should just be in the middle. If you want to have a rally and you're a Kamala Harris supporter or you're a Trump supporter, we're going to say, okay, as long as it's not some white nationalist thing or some, KKK gathering, that's fine. Why is this being denied? Where are the Republicans? Where are the conservatives, John? Where are they saying this rally? There is no reason to not give them the permit. And you know what? Eric is right, John. And I know this area. Now I'm remembering. I used to get a lot of DWIs on Dyckman Avenue, I think Dyckman Street, because they always come out of the nightclubs there. It's so loud till 2 or 3 in the morning that literally the 33rd precinct and the 3-0 would come by and say, guys, tone it down, because the neighborhood's like, this is insane. So I know what he's talking about. It's even in the Heights where this is going to be. John, what's the excuse? Where is the support? Where are the Trump supporters? But everything's a conspiracy, right? Eric Adams is being, they're going after him because he said to the Biden administration something about migrants. Are you kidding me? Really, man? This is ridiculous.
No, it's a joke. And, you know, the other thing I want to say is, where are the big voices in law enforcement, right? Like, where's Bill Bratton at this moment in time? Where's Ray Kelly at this moment in time? I want to hear from a former police commissioner. I want to hear, and I'm not saying I know Rudy Giuliani will speak because he's not afraid to say it, but I want to know what Rudy Giuliani's saying at this moment in time and what he thought the minute this scandal is. Because you could say what you want about Rudy Giuliani. He went through all of these scandals and New York came out better under his reign. He inherited a mess. He took over a mess and he cleaned it up. So I'm really curious to know his take on all of this and what he believes should happen in the New York City Police Department. But the silence from Bill Bratton, again, completely political, it's deafening to me. It is so deafening that this guy keeps himself so relevant that he says nothing about any of this. And again, on this, you're 100% right. Where are the conservatives on this? They're nowhere. I mean, I put out a post about it last night. That post has been viewed thousands and thousands of times. I'm sure people have gotten their eyes on it by now, and no one's saying a word about it. So, and Latina, you're 100% right. Latina says they're not supposed to get involved in politics, 100%. But this is local. This is NYPD 33rd precinct. The captain of that precinct says taking pictures with Alvin Bragg. He denied that sound permit. That sound permit is local. It's given by the precinct. So he denied that sound permit. And that, to me, speaks volumes about how politicized this police department is. Let's not forget that this entire upper echelon was in Puerto Rico at Somos. That is a Democratic fundraising event. What the hell is the New York City Police Department doing there? What are they doing? They have no business being there. I mean, and by all means, a lot of the attacks, I think, came from a lot of the memes that we put out of Ed Caban traveling around the world like he was the police commissioner of the world, and all those things raised eyebrows. Every single one of those trips, people are like, wait, why'd this guy go to Qatar several times? Why is he in the Dominican Republic? Why is Eric Adams saying he's in the Dominican Republic doing several agreements? And we still till today don't know what those agreements were. Another rumors came out that a lot of the contracts surrounding the New York City Police Department seem to be questionable, including the drone contracts. Now, I don't know if that's true or not true, but we've made that allegation prior that there's some shady stuff going on around these contracts, and somebody should take a look at it. Eric, what do you think about what you're seeing from the contracts, the recent contracts that the NYPD has put on, notably the drones, and then another contract where for the first time in history, the NYPD mandated that the NYPD officers get a proprietary pair of pants. For years, clothing would never be proprietary, right? A bulletproof vest, yes, of course. A gun, yes, of course. But never a hat, never gloves, never a shirt, never a pair of pants. And then out of nowhere, NYPD officers were met with, you have to buy this $80 pair of 511, who's the manufacturer of pants. And it's rumored that a former NYPD guy is the sales rep for the East Coast. To me, that raised my eyebrows. I think it's totally illegal. And I think that should have had to went through a bid process for them to have to even bring that up. Eric, what do you think about these contracts? Is this something that you would be shocked about if you heard there was corruption?
No, absolutely not. So this was brought to our attention, if you remember, John, months ago. We have an unidentified credible source, which I'm not going to release, of course, for the safety of this person, that releases information about this proprietary deal that has to deal with a former sergeant of the police department. And the rumor is that this former sergeant of the police department worked in the equipment section, dealing with actually these uniforms, and on retirement is also a sales rep for 511. So that's a clear conflict of interest. That's an appearance of impropriety, which is becoming the common theme that we're talking about this podcast of what we see going on here. I've never seen a proprietary manufacturer be the sole merchandise uniform for members of the service. And you know what? I want to see at this point, and I don't know if we've heard it, where are the business owners of these police equipment merchandise locations throughout the city, where they should be jumping up and down and saying, wait a minute, I got thousands of pants that are not 511. They're different companies, cargo pants, which to me, if you have a business, anybody who has a business here knows that if you have merchandise that has not been sold yet, it's called money on a shelf. So they have money sitting on a shelf, and they might as well take those cargo pants and throw them on the garbage. So there's businesses right now that are losing thousands of dollars. So this is a complete sign of corruption. This is an appearance of propriety. It's absolutely disgusting how we pick and identify that it's going to be 511. And I heard this may be tied to someone at the upper echelon, and I don't want to say who yet until I get more credible information on it, but that's what I'm hearing. And look, we just hear like rumors and grumbling of different forms of allegations of corruption and different angles of the upper echelon. It's not just one thing. It's several things that we hear about. I mean, at some point, it's like, man, you're throwing darts on the wall. One of these darts is going to hit the target, and it sure appears to be that way to me. And I know you think the same way, John and Sal. I'm sure you do. This is crazy. Think about it. Imagine you had a business right now, right? You got a business. You got one of these police equipment sections. You're looking at all this equipment. You can't even sell it. You can't. So you got money on the shelf. You just lost money. And at the hands of the NYPD. Insane.
No, Eric.
What do you think about it?
I agree with you. I'm just not going to touch up on everything because it's right now we have allegations, and Eric's like, you're trying to get to what that really is. I do think that the appearance of impropriety here is very big, and really anything involving this upper echelon should be questioned, not only by city council, the comptroller, the mayor's office, everything, because what you're hearing about all of these guys is very alarming. So I'm not going to say exactly what, but the appearance of impropriety here is huge. And I'm going to wait to say exactly till further notice, until I think Eric is pulling on that yarn ball and he's getting there. It's just taking a little bit of time because it's convoluted and people are afraid to show us or whatever, tell us exactly what's going on with it.
Yeah, so all right, people, we got 10,000 people in here. We're going to get some civilian perspective on here in a few minutes. 10,270 something people, still growing. So we're talking about large corruption, potential corruption scandals around the Eric Adams administration. Ed Caban has just stepped down. Let's get into this New York Post article a little bit. And so Post just puts this out. Eric Adams taps ex-FBI official Tom Donilon as interim police commissioner after Caban's resignation. We heard Eric Adams give probably the worst press conference in New York City history. No one even knew who he was talking about. He didn't even have him come up to introduce himself. He looked weak. He looked afraid. He looked lost. He did not look like a guy that I'm jumping into the plane. If he's the pilot, I'm going to say, you know what? I'll spend another $1,000. I'm not getting on that plane. I'm going to fly on the next plane. Thanks. Oh, I can't get my luggage. That's fine. You guys can take it. I'm not going on that plane. I'm not jumping in this plane with him. Ed Caban has recently stepped down amid scandals that himself and his brother, along with the entire upper echelon of the NYPD, are running a protection racket / extortion racket. So with nightlife businesses. So the appointment came after he accepted the resignation of embattled Police Commissioner Edward Caban, who stepped down amid federal probe that saw agents seize electronic devices from his home in a stunning raid last week. I'm taking immediate action in appointing Tom Donilon as interim police commissioner, Adams said in a video address. Tom is an experienced law enforcement professional who has worked at the local, state, and federal and international levels. Donilon, a Bronx native, served as New York Director's Office of Homeland Security, ran the FBI's National Security Threat Assessment Center and the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. He also works as a cold case agent investigating the 1993 Twin Towers bombing, as well as attacks on U.S. embassies in Africa and the USS Cole in Yemen by Al-Qaeda. After stints at Credit Suisse, BlackRock, Donilon founded Global Security Resolutions, a New York City-based company that provides security protection investigative work. Donilon's time with New York City Office of Homeland Security during his 2000 brought him in contact with Adams, who then served the state's Homeland Security Committee. I am honored and humbled to be named as the interim commissioner of the New York City Police Department, the greatest law enforcement agency in the world. All right, Sal, what do you think about this appointment? Do you think that Eric Adams should have appointed somebody internally, or do you agree with this outside appointment?
I believe the rumor was he really wanted to put in Kinsella, who's part of his little crew, who's been overseas with him when he went, I believe, down south, and she escorted him, and we don't know why, because he has his own security detail. He doesn't need the first deputy commissioner with him. So, but the appearance here is, if you're going to go with what he's doing, he thinks that this person, if you're going to go with Adams, is the one that picked him, which, that's also, we don't know. I'm just going on what we're reading here. So if Adams put this person in, what he's trying to do is stop the bleeding, and this guy would give him some intel inside the NYPD and then to the feds, because obviously he's a former Fed. He thinks he's got some kind of like someone that could stop that bleeding per se. Also, I don't know if you've read this other article, which I actually said on my own show, in regards to how they're having a chief enforcement agent, which is NYPD supervisors, like inspectors, going to other agencies like the Parks Department, and they're actually going to be running their enforcement. So this is something that he's trying to expand into other agencies. He wants people to be his eyes and ears and impose his agenda on these other agencies where he's not really friendly with Parks Department or the health and hospitals and all those other agencies. So if he doesn't know this guy, he at least can say, I appointed somebody who can kind of stop the bleeding. He's a federal guy. He's an outside pick. The way he really wanted to, though, the way I understand it, was he wanted Kinsella, because that's his friend. That's the person he's close with up top. Obviously, John, he can't put Madry, Eric, he can't put Daughtry, he can't put Shell because the appearance of impropriety right now is tremendous. So we'll see if this is a good pick or not. I always give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, when they start. So let's see what he does, what he's going to do to clean up the police department.
Eric, what about you? Do you agree with it? I mean, I know you said it before, but we got a lot more people on here since we talked about this.
So I said it before, and I'll say it again. So Sal, when you watch this, I love you, brother. But you're actually going to look back and say, Bob, I was too nice to Eric Adams in what you just said. Because what you're saying is that he appointed him to stop the bleeding of the department. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think what John said earlier, that he was installed, that's what happened. I think he was installed. Someone else appointed him, maybe the feds. No, I know. But I think you're being too nice to him because you know what? He ain't stopping any bleeding. He's the one that's...
What is it? I'm saying I'm just going off of what we're reading. Obviously, what we think could be an allegation that the feds installed, because that would
actually Sid Rosenberg show, bro. We're talking about what do you think? We're not accusing anybody of everything. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But the appearance, what do you think around the appearance of it?
The appearance of it, Eric's correct. That's the appearance. But I'm saying that what we're looking at is that if it is he that did this, because by city charter, by city rules, it would have to be Eric Adams. That's what it'd be. But from the outside, Eric is right. It does look like it is federal intervention.
Well, that's what I think. I think that, Mayor Eric Adams would want someone that's a useful idiot. This is a huge obstacle for him. This is almost like you're driving down the street and then boom, out of nowhere, those speed bumps come. Those speed bumps that you can't see? This guy is a speed bump for Mayor Eric Adams. It was the smartest decision. Listen, this guy could be the worst guy for the police department. We don't know that. But right now, he's a speed bump for Eric Adams. That cuts off the communication between Eric Adams, if there is corruption going behind the curtain that has to do with Eric Adams and anyone at the upper echelon. He cuts that communication. That's key. The key to maneuver any corruption is communication. This guy is the speed bump right now. I agree he should be the interim. At some point, we need NYPD perspective in there. But for right now, in this cool down period, he's exactly what we need. He's the obstacle. He's going to impede. He cuts off communication. I learned, overseas in combat, how do you win? You cut off communication. I drove trucks for a communication unit, and we would drive in some crazy areas. But the goal was to cut off communication. When you cut off communication, you cut off funds, you cut off tactical plans. That is the key. Cut off the communication. John, what are your thoughts on it? I mean, it's a great question you asked. What are your thoughts on that?
Like I said, I think right now the impropriety, like the appearance of impropriety is there. It appears that if these allegations are true and if they have legs, and I don't believe Ed Caban would have stepped down if they didn't. And I don't believe Eric Adams gave the press conference he just did if he didn't. And I don't believe Eric Adams would have tested himself for COVID if it didn't. I think that, you had to go on the outside, dude. I think you're 100% right. I think you don't have a choice because the problem's systemic. The other issue that it leads into is that, potentially Eric Adams could be involved in the scandal as well. I got up on the screen right now, and I'm going to bring somebody in a minute because I want to get a civilian perspective on this as well. I don't want to just three cops that, we are not that we do have an axe to grind with the NYPD, but people could say that, right? We all left.
John, before you say that, though, no. We may have an axe to grind per se. I know Sid Rosenberg said that about myself, but I don't. That doesn't mean that what we're saying is not truthful. Because there's a lot of truth behind it. So
100%, and that's why I want a civilian on the outside. And I'm gonna bring somebody up in a second. But I just want to read this because it's very important. Before I bring the next guest up, I want to read the statement because it's very important. What I have up on the screen right now is a statement from Jumaane Williams, New York City public advocate. And the thing is, I have this up, and it's important, is because if in fact Eric Adams is indicted and he steps down, Jumaane Williams is next in line for New York City mayor. So this is Jumaane Williams' statement, and then I'm going to bring in my next guest, and then let's all go around about the statement. I'm saddened and angered that this is the place our city is in. And I hope this is a step in a series towards restoring confidence. This resignation is a correct decision from an array of options at a moment I wish we weren't in. One, when New Yorkers have little trust in this administration and little information from the mayor to help restore it. The next police commissioner will need to meet the same qualifications as any other should. To have the trust of both the department and the city to be legitimately committed to transparency and accountability, and to understand the roles law enforcement should and should not play in producing public safety. Too many actions under this current administration have undercut those aims. Beyond this impending appointment, the mayor still urgently needs to provide real transparency into this moment of confusion for city leadership. New Yorkers have to be able to have faith in public service and in public servants, and have no ego or agenda that could get in the way of that obligation. So listen, before we go around about that statement, we got about 1,100 people in here. I'm sorry, excuse me, 11,000 people in here. I failed math for those of you that can't tell. I want to bring in my good friend, Rose Angel from Cafecito Break. She's a great friend to the podcast. She's a great friend to Sal Greco. She's been a warrior in the freedom movement in New York City. She runs a great channel, her and her sister. It's called Cafecito Break. And I want to bring her up because I want really a civilian perspective to see what she thinks about all this, and if she herself has any questions surrounding this. So at this time, I'd like to present to the stage Rose Angel from Cafecito Break. Rose Angel, welcome to New York's finest Retired and Unfiltered podcast.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Hi, John. Hi, Eric. Hi, Sal.
Rose Angel, great to have you. Awesome. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for inviting me. I mean, I couldn't think of three better gentlemen to be reporting on what's happening right now, because I think that something that I agree with Jumaane Williams is that New Yorkers want answers. They don't have confidence in this administration. They don't have confidence in leadership in New York City. I don't have confidence in the city council. I think that a lot of finger pointing is going on. And I also feel like this is a moment where every single person who has a leadership role in the city should be checking in and also looking in the mirror. And I also want to say thank you to all three of you, because it has been through listening to your shows individually, collectively, and also having you guys as contributors to the New York Stands Together Monday night space that I've been learning just your side of the coin. And as I've shared with you, in before 2020, I never thought that I'd have a friendship with NYPD or people who served as the NYPD. I think that I have to admit that I did fall for a lot of the brainwashing and a lot of the race baiting and police hating. And you forget that there are human beings in a uniform, and that all sorts of corruption happen in all sorts of people who wear uniforms and suits and what have you.
You know, Rose Angel, I want to tell you, that just shows the moral character that you have. That's why I believe we all get along so great. Check out Cafecito Break. She has an awesome, let me tell you something. I tell John all the time, I love your X Space. You know, it's right to the point. It's 2 hours. It's not too much time. We cover a lot of information at a time, and you're always willing to hear other opinions. And that's what I love so much about you, is that you're always willing to listen to other opinions and get new perspective. And you're always willing to say, like, I didn't see it that way before, and I changed my position. And that's what this is about. We talk about community engagement with the police department and the community. This is real community engagement right now. This podcast with our friends and our listeners on the podcast, even with the trolls that have complete opposition, this is real engagement. We're having real conversations, not just conversations that are at the surface. And you're right, the brainwashing, the propaganda that goes on to infect the civilians' idea of what the police are, and also infect some of the police to believe what the civilians are. Again, I was talking to Mighty Fuzz from Mighty Fuzz Podcast. We had this conversation. I said, what's amazing? When I worked in the South Bronx, I can tell you right now, 90%, maybe more, are actually awesome people. But that wasn't my world. My world was this small little percentage. My scope was small, and I only dealt with the violent perpetrators. So I didn't get to enjoy the fruits of any neighborhood, especially South Bronx where I worked. So thank you so much for giving that perspective. It's awesome having you here. And I just want to ask you this question. So at the time, do you believe, because this is what we've been saying, do you believe that if there is corruption or just the appearance of impropriety where we are right now, does it create distrust for the community towards the police who are the boots on the ground? Are they infected by the leader? In your opinion, does it affect the relationship with the cops on the ground with the community?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, if you are a person who serves as a public servant and you are in public talking about the people who put their lives on the line to protect the city, whether or not you agree with some of the leadership measures, I think that there's always room to finesse many things that we know that have been implemented that haven't been successful, or maybe it hasn't been successful because it's been the wrong type of leadership. So you go from one extreme measure to another extreme measure where there's no real reform in the system, where there's criminals getting in and out, and all of this symbolism and chanting defund the police, and sort of you know, every single time I have so many thoughts, and I'm sorry that I'm going all over the place, but every single time Eric Adams has been criticized, they just laugh at it. You know, he would say something like they're just jealous because there's so much chocolate leading the city. And for me, as a Puerto Rican, you know, when you see somebody rise to leadership, so when you had Caban rise to that position in leadership, you hope that it's something that is fair, right, and just. So is it right for him to resign because of the optics? Yes, I agree with what I believe it was John, you said earlier this week, that, you know, hopefully this is just, he, you know, step down, let it be investigated. And if he's free from sin, fault, and just maybe the association and the way optically it looked, then maybe he could be restored, and then you can have a restoration maybe of the system in that way. It is sad to me as a Puerto Rican woman to not also have a tiny question mark, like how come, you know, our peeps can't make it at the top? How come something always has to be so sloppy? And how come this administration has been just so sloppy overall? There's been a lot of things that we can't look away from, like the no bid contracts, like, you know, how my mom always tell me, you know, tell me who you hang out with and I'll tell you who you are. And you want to know, I got to tell you the truth, Sal. You would do all those memes with Con Sofrito, and then you put all that good music that I love, that I would be dancing to, and I'm sharing the memes and I'm also dancing to it. And I'm like, man, if I don't get all these insights from you, Sal, and John and Eric, I might not, to be honest, I may not have seen that. Let's say I would have been closer to Con Sofritos and I would have been hanging there out as a regular, and you think you're just being friendly, and you don't really kind of, when you're rubbing elbows and you're being friendly with everybody, sometimes maybe you don't see what you might be co-signing or participating in just by being there. And I have to say, I think that maybe that's been the biggest awakening that the three of you have sort of smacked me with.
Rose Angel, I got a question for you though, Rose Angel. My question for you is this: like, Ed Caban resigned, but it's implicated. There are a lot of the upper echelon in the NYPD are implicated in this allegation. What do you feel about just him stepping down?
I think that's the part of my Puerto Ricanness is a little bit inflamed with, like, it feels like he's the fall guy, and because maybe he's the more recent one, and because I guess whatever has been in the media is just him, like his name has been in the press so much. So it's really easy, I guess, for the upper echelons to hide behind him being the fall guy, and maybe it takes away some of the shine and some of the light on some of the other places that we sort of have to look under the covers and, you know, expose the dirt. Now, I have a question. What do you think about the person that Eric Adams, and you probably covered this, but I missed it, is considering as the replacement?
Yeah, Sal, you take that question first. What do you think?
Yeah, but I want to say this before I start, Roseanne. Listen, it's been an honor to be, you know, call you my friend. The stuff you put out is great. Everybody that's watching this right now on Monday nights should flood her space on Mondays. It should have like millions of people. Listen, I'm going to say this one time. Roger Stone's my best friend. Mr. Trump himself. I know you guys are like in that world. Watch his show, but don't forget. You want to know about Trump? Listen to Roger. But if for everything else that's going on, follow her on Monday night. Listen in her space. I know all these other guys have their spaces with Trump, but please, Trump does not run your world. Neither does Kamala Harris. You need to expand the horizons out there. So there was one other thing I want to say. You mentioned the Jumaane Williams thing. I actually agree with that statement, and I don't agree with that man. But what he says is true. And I hope that every politician in New York City is saying we need to look at the corruption aspect of this apparatus first. We need to clean this up before we start pushing all this kind of crazy legislations. Fix the problems first. Then we could debate over the ideas and all of that. Then I'm going to say, what was the thing that Rose? Rose, I did want to ask you one thing personally. Now, you were at the Trump rally in the Bronx, right? I saw you there. You were happy. What are your feelings on this Dominican rally, which I believe you would show up to because you do want Trump to be president? How do you feel as a Hispanic that the 33rd precinct denied this permit, doesn't want a peaceful rally to go in that community, which is a Hispanic community? These are Hispanics for Trump, and it seems like they're picking sides.
Should we bring a little rally to the 33rd precinct and, with just our little mouths and signs and be silent? But, we all have a lot of friends in social media that could spread the word. And I have to say, when Cafecito Break was forbidden from marching at the Sunset Brooklyn Parade because of our content creating, and they said, quote unquote, we are not a Trump rally, I'm not surprised that this would happen to the Dominican for Trump parade, because it's obvious that in New York City, mostly run by Democratic leadership and Democratic friends, wherever you go, that there's this big flex in every single sort of, I guess, relationship or collaboration, and they do not want people optically to be supporting Trump. They don't want to see all of the people in New York that are disgusted by the Biden administration, that cannot stand Kamala Harris. And do you know how many people now are calling me and sliding into my DMs, including family members that want to know all about Trump? So I would say, mi gente, everybody that's listening, there's a reason why what happened in the Bronx with the rally and President Trump showing up there created such a wave. First of all, it doesn't surprise me because, it's New York. The Bronx has always had a reputation of being tough. And even though I'm from Brooklyn, I have to acknowledge that the Bronx is swinging it and bringing it home. And they did start the fire in terms of waking up. You have people like Reverend Ruben Diaz, who's a lifelong Democrat there in the Bronx, hourly throwing his support for President Trump, because he is boots on the ground, and him, like many of the people like Tino Forti and all the people who are holding it down, they are repping boots on the ground. So what I would say to everyone who's listening in, if you do not like what's happening in New York City, please, let's do the math. It's been run by Democrats. And we, the people, ultimately have the voice and have the power. So it's just not voting. It's also getting involved. It's also seeing how you can support locally. And let's make some noise and let them rethink, or I guess give us the opportunity to march. I would love to go to that march. And why not? Why? Because you might have people like DVS singing his songs in support of Christianity and in support
Freedom
of
Van,
Trump.
baby.
Yeah, and the Freedom Fam, like, is that what's going on? Are you afraid of people hearing different messages in New York City? New York City is the city of the world, and we got to bring that New York toughness back. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for all the work that you are doing, and thank you again for allowing me to share a little bit here today with your audience. God bless you, and keep on shining the light on the truth.
Rose Angel, I got a question for you. Let's have a little fun here. It's serious, but let's have a little fun. How do you feel about trolling the podcast right now that are active members of the service getting paid by the New York City Police Department, who spend about 8 hours with this podcast today? How does that make you feel?
Hey, listen. Well, we appreciate the eyeballs, so thank you. Please share and like this show, and maybe you'll learn something. Look, a lot of us have been in situations and teams with people that we love, and then we realize that whatever we or something has shifted internally. Sometimes it's just one person that could shift everything that can go wrong. And just being outsider looking in, I have noticed that a lot of people are very unhappy with some of the ways the NYPD has been moving. And even though, listen, I don't love those surveillance, I don't love the idea of having more police, but we have to see the situation that we have in the city. There's a lot of crime. A lot of New Yorkers feel very unsafe. People are getting mugged. People are getting mugged at restaurants. People are getting mugged in cafes. People are getting their jewelry swiped. And we're living in one of the most expensive cities. It's so expensive here. And I think that we're tired ultimately. New Yorkers are tired. I think that we just need new leadership. We need something that feels fresh. We don't want symbols. I don't care where this comes from. And this is why I really love our space on Mondays. And I want to say shout out to DJ Brenda Black, who's always pointing this out. She's a Republican, but she will create events with Democrats, with other people, because she's walking and talking her talk. If I said that right, I'm a little bit like, it's been a long day, but
it's good.
But that's my point. I think that it's a time for unity, and no matter what party you're at, no matter what skin you might be in, there are good guys and bad guys, and not so great of everything in between. So I think that it's just a time to step up, but also look in the mirror and see what's not working.
All right. So listen, I want to reset this a little bit. We got 12,600 people in here, still growing. We're talking about the large allegation of corruption looming around the Eric Adams administration, the NYPD, and deputy mayors appointed by Eric Adams. So what a good friend to the podcast, a good friend to myself and Eric, Dan Romania, he had made the comment. Hopefully Jumaane Williams isn't the next mayor and Eric Adams doesn't have to step down, because it'll be much worse for New York City and the NYPD. And, I keep hearing it and I keep saying it over and over again. And I'm like, it's such a defeatist attitude that we've had in New York City. Yep. Such a defeatist attitude. Now, listen, I'm no fan of Jumaane Williams, but, I've interacted with him a lot. I'm not saying I would vote for him necessarily, but what I want, if the allegations are true and the police department is doing shakedowns of businesses, if the allegations are true and Eric Adams taking foreign money, if the allegations are true and his deputy mayors are selling hundreds of millions of dollars in tax money contracts and getting their own kickbacks for it, if the allegations are true, how much worse could that be? I think we're at the bottom of the pile. Maybe I don't agree with Jumaane Williams, but if he's not if he's not stealing hundreds of millions of dollars, we just ideologically do not agree. I mean, look, me and Rose Angel, we could go back and forth and not agree on things. Me and Eric disagree all the time. I disagree with Sal probably 3 times a day. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's 3 times a day with Sal. With me, it's probably about 10.
Yeah, maybe a little more. I don't agree with that. No,
I don't agree with that one either.
But
I love that. And you guys are still friends at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
But how much worse could it get is what I'm saying. So, Eric, could you answer that? Sal, could you answer that? Rose Angel, could you answer that? Could it get worse than if these allegations are true? Do you think Jumaane Williams is going to be worse if he has to step in?
Well, I think at this point, nothing could be worse. Absolutely. Unfortunately, to me, that's the ideology of the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know, right? So Mayor Eric Adams is right now the devil that we know. But do we really know him? No, because we don't know what he's for or against. But if there's any level of corruption, it has to be cut out. And listen, I'm not a fan of Jumaane Williams. Absolutely not. I'm not a fan of the stuff that he proposes as a public advocate, especially when it comes to How Many Stops Act. But is that a better decision at this point? Absolutely. Again, and hopefully when it comes to election time, we could find the right man to put in that position for the job. But again, a level of corruption is not even in the running that we could discuss. That could be the mayor. That needs to be cut out immediately. I just want to add that also, Cafecito, I know you're going to speak on this. And there's one of our comments from someone called Martine asking for what's your link. So if you could just tell everyone where to find you, you're very inspirational.
Yeah, if you could drop it in the comments, Rose Angel. If you could just drop it in the comments.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sal, what do you think about that? What do you think about it? Hopefully, it's not Jumaane Williams. What do you think about it? If these allegations are true?
It can't be any worse than what you have now. I myself am I'm opposed.
Ideologically, yeah.
Ideologically opposed to Jumaane Williams myself. But he would have at least to have to be 90 days or so as the mayor, and his whole regime would be trying to clean up this mess. He's not going to be sitting there trying to push agendas. They have to clean up this mess because it's very big. So he's just a temporary placeholder, we'll say. Now, I just saw Latina put the comment down about Jumaane does have stuff in his closet. And this is the one thing I disagree with Latina. Andrew Cuomo will not be the mayor because he just went on Capitol Hill and he has a lot of things to answer for. And if he runs, he needs to run on his record of what he did in the hospitals to all the senior citizens in regard to COVID. His chief of staff has already technically implicated a lot of things that could be criminal. So that's what I would run on. It would be a crapshoot where I would hope my guy, Curtis Sliwa, would somehow sneak in to save the city up until whenever the next election is. So I would say I would roll the dice. You can't have a defeatist attitude. Oh, the next guy. That's something that John and Eric, we used to hear on the job a lot. Oh, if he gets in, he's going to be worse than the last CO. He's going to be worse than the last captain. And then the guy would come in and go like, oh, it wasn't that bad. That's what's going to end up happening here. You can't get worse than Eric Adams, whose entire administration, it seems, his whole appointed management is just epically corrupt. If it's not one thing, it's another. You always hear these things. Jumaane Williams is only there temporarily, and he's going to have to try to clean this up. So I don't see the problem with him coming in. It's the corruption that needs to go, no matter who's in charge. That should be their main target. What do you think, Rose?
I have my intuitive hesitation with Jumaane Williams just when I think about some of his interviews on mainstream press and where his viewpoints are. Now, his public statement made earlier is encouraging. That doesn't mean that people can't change their minds. And we need someone who is willing to work with different mindsets and to get input from different mindsets in the city, not just one way or the highway kind of thinking that has sort of capitalized and manipulated this mindset that they want to ingest into all our mouths, right? That come with pronouns and DEI equity type of conversations. And those things have a place, but they're also very limiting to discourse and being able to really take this somewhere. And we are in a crisis in the city, from the governor to Mayor Adams to the NYPD. The NYPD is an example of police department in the United States. And when we have migrants committing crimes and being violent with the NYPD, that's very bad optics. People that's programming and that's creating cookie cutter situations. And those things really concern me. Ultimately, I'm on the side of the people, of our safety, of us being able to live a safe life and to be able to progress, and for small businesses to be able to progress. We lost a lot of these things, including residents, because of poor management in this city, from Hochul to Adams. And let's not forget de Blasio and and Cuomo too. There's a lot of unforgiveness in my heart for them.
Yeah. So, and that's another thing we got to talk about. It's like, all right, so we're talking about Jumaane Williams, but the governor, Latina Brown, is 100% right. The governor does have the ability to call a special election, but the governor, the state attorney general, every New York City politician, every New York State Senate is silent. Adrian Adams put out a statement like, "Oh yeah, you know, this looks really bad, so it's good he stepped down." And that was it. That was the only thing they said about it. Nobody's saying anything about it. You know, and I'm saying right here, if this is a systemically corrupt version of New York City and the mayor's corrupt, remove him immediately, install Jumaane Williams, have Jumaane Williams take it over, and let's get a special election going, and let's see the will of the people, whoever that leads. My personal opinion, Sliwa couldn't get in last time. I'm not a fan of Cuomo at all. I kind of agree with Latina. She says he was going to get in. Just watch. I do think that if Andrew Cuomo runs for New York City mayor, I think he's going to get the lion's share of not only Democrat voters in New York, but also the Republicans. And I'm not happy about the job he did on COVID. He didn't install a mandate though, but he did follow the hospital protocols, and I was never a fan of them. But nationally, a lot of people did. A lot of other governors did that as well. I'm not a fan of his at all. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing from the outside. And from what I'm seeing in the outside is I think that there's a good chance that Andrew Cuomo could win another election, could win an election for mayor if that comes up, and could possibly even win a special election. But I do think a special election opens the gates for people that we're not even talking about right now. People like a Joanne Ariola, a Vicky Palladino, a Bob Holden, somebody that we're not really thinking about right at this moment in time, and they could actually win that election. So we got to see what comes out of that. What do you think about that, Eric? Stay with a corrupt mayor and a corrupt NYPD, or let's get Jumaane Williams in there?
Absolutely. That's why I said before. I think Jumaane Williams, unfortunately, I'm not a fan, is the answer, but temporarily. This has to be temporarily permanent, and we have to have a special election. There's no doubt about it. So with that being said, there's a comment here that kind of goes into that, and I want to speak on that. JT is FTB. I don't know if we're on the same page right now when it comes to comments. I think we're a little further when it comes. He says, New York almost elected a Republican governor. All hope is not lost. Hold the line. So I'm going to say this, John, and I think you would agree. I don't think that's necessarily the answer. Like, it has to be Republican. I don't find myself far to the right, far to the left. I don't really care if it was a Democrat. I just want someone that actually is good for New York State and good for New York City, and actually believes in public safety, and actually believes in doing the right thing, and doesn't believe in DI. I don't care if it's a Democrat. I don't care if it's a Republican, because as far as I'm concerned, other than Trump, most of the Republicans right now are a bunch of cucks anyway. So I don't necessarily think that's the answer.
Eric, you're right. I think you're right. You're hitting the right nerve with everything. You know why? I'll tell you why. Another thing about Andrew Cuomo, which will be brought up, if I have to run and campaign for Curtis Sliwa myself as the guy that's brought all this to I will. And I will stop Andrew Cuomo. Not only was he involved in COVID, but that chief of staff that Kathy Hochul has, that woman Linda's son, that CCP agent, she was also in Cuomo's administration. Andrew Cuomo, he's the one that hired her. So before we go running into he's going to win the election, nothing is set in stone, because there's stuff on him you still haven't heard. And if I'll dig, just like I dug on Edward Caban and company, Cuomo, the message is clear. Your time was over. Step aside. If you come back in the limelight, you might end up in the same position as Eddie Caban is right now and Eric Adams and them, because you have a lot of skeletons in your closet. Curtis Sliwa's skeletons are there to show you. But I know one thing about Curtis, and I can guarantee you this. He doesn't have a corrupt bone in his body. That's who you need to elect. Somebody who will not be for sale, sell out the office, or put in goons underneath him that are thinking like that, or even worse, because that's what you got with Eric Adams. That's what New York City needs. You need a swashbuckler who's going to take on the issues. You don't have to worry about if they're selling you out down the river. Let's not forget about Corporation Counsel, guys. How many sexual misconduct cases are the city paying for right now? They're still paying for right now. And they're going to have to pay. I think Eddie Caban is in a few of them. Now he's not even there. I mean, this is ridiculous. You think Curtis Sliwa is going to have that kind of stuff? But Andrew Cuomo comes from that history too. So let's be smart about this. Andrew, stay home. Your brother even warned you. Stay out of politics. It's not a good business for you anymore.
Hey,
all right, guys, listen, Eric, before you go, Rose Angel's got to get going. She has another engagement. So, gotcha. Rose Angel, if you could just tell everybody where we find you and just leave us with a closing thought on all of this before you get out of here. I know you got to run.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to respond to Sal. I've gotten criticism for, sharing supportive posts on Curtis Lewa. But something that was like a tell was I had an opportunity to interview him when he was running for mayor, and I put that up, and just putting up his interview on Instagram, that was one of the reasons I lost an entire channel. So I'm up to an Instagram Cafecito Break 10.0, and I've always wondered about that. There was no thing that was wrong about that interview, just that I'm presenting another choice. Also, I did cover a lot of Lee Zeldin, and when he was running for governor, and my audio would get stripped on Facebook and all that stuff. It's obvious to me there is a suppression of information, and they really don't want the people, we the people, it is to their convenience for us to be disengaged and so tired that we'll just go with whatever. And we saw that didn't really work during 2020. We can't afford to put ourselves in a vulnerable position in that way. And I think that it is to the benefit of us, we the people, not the elitist people who defund the police, but they have their own security, AOC. People like that. Let's really not just talk, but let's walk ourselves to whatever that means. Some people don't believe in voting, but get involved locally. If you want to support our work, we're boots on the ground. We're up to, like I said, 10 channel takedowns on Instagram alone. And I'm a professional media, so it's not because we're breaking out of control rules. It's because, obviously, like these gentlemen here, they don't want truths or critical thinking analysis to get to the masses, because they know that most people are upset with leadership. And when that catches fire, there's no stopping what's going to manifest. So may the truth continue to be unveiled. And thank you again, gentlemen, for your time. And God bless you. And everyone, please support and follow and contribute to these gentlemen whose life have been turned upside down just for walking with their integrity. And so may truth prevail. And God bless everyone who's listening to this show. God bless
Rose Angel, I can't thank you enough. Outstanding Cafecito Break. Check her out Mondays on X. She does an awesome space. You can find the link. She put the link on the chat. Check her out, Cafecito Break. Rose Angel. She has a sister along with her. They do a great job together. You've been a friend. It's great to meet you. It's great to meet you in this path. And I'm glad that we're really mending community and police, and get to see that police are real people, and that some people have a misconception of what police are. And sometimes, unfortunately, you're right. There are bad police too, and we have to come together. There's good police, bad police, and let's keep building together. We got this network around the country. Thank you so much, Rose Angel. Have an awesome day. Thanks for coming on.
All right, so we got a comment in here from your favorite people, Eric. Look who it is. Top Watch Unit Brooklyn. Eric's fanboys of Eric Dim. They love the podcast. Actually, the founder been on the podcast before. We want to get you back on. We want to talk about all this, because
absolutely.
Here's the comment that was made. Gee whiz. It's almost like Cop Watch was correct all along. See, what Cop Watch does is they follow the rank and file around, and they post all these videos. And sometimes they post videos and I'm like, what are you showing us? You're showing someone getting arrested because they committed a crime. Like, or they'll show you like a cop that's eating a sandwich. Now, I'm not saying everything. There are things that I agree with them that I'm like, oh, wow, that's bad. That cop should not be a cop or should get arrested. But the majority of what they do is they talk about that the police department is corrupt, but they hone in on the rank and file while ignoring what's going on in the upper echelon. Now, I don't understand I don't know if they don't know about it or they're not aware of it. But, a lot of the stuff they do, we don't agree with it at all. We're in direct opposition of many of their videos. They followed Eric around for years. So I don't think that they were correct all along. Eric, what do you got to say to Cop Watch that's on here?
No, absolutely. You're right. Listen, I was the target because I was the first one to arrest Jose LaSalle for something that we thought was kind of serious. He had a two-way radio that was transmitting, and there was a lot of back and forth. And it was really the district attorney's office that had dropped the ball, and that led to his back and forth of being in and out of court on the particular day that he was arrested. And that's the part that he doesn't know. His opposition became towards the police, and ultimately I was the target because I was in charge of the special operations team that apprehended him on that particular day. So on the particular day, he had a transmitting radio. It was a two-way radio, and it was back and forth. The district attorney's office had declared that they were going to prosecute him. And then, of course, they end up declining to prosecute without our knowledge and let him out. And then again, they flip-flop and said, okay, we're going to prosecute. And we had to go back. We found him at a diner after looking at social media, and we got back some of his electronics. And it was nothing personal. This was our job. He felt that he was prosecuted and persecuted for having a transmitting radio. We believe that was dangerous at the time. There was numerous fake 1013s, and there was reason to believe, and unfortunately he doesn't know this, we had credible sources that said it was him that had the radio, which is why it led to his arrest. That's the part he doesn't understand. So it was nothing personal. I became the target of Cop Watch, but some of the stuff that they film is absolutely ridiculous, right? John, they put out a video recently of myself. We had a large crowd. It was out of control when I was a lieutenant, and I had a girl on the floor, and I was holding her in a position, never deployed any strikes to place her on the rest. We had ran out of cuffs because there was so many people at this crowd. It was a large crowd in a housing parking lot. Really became irate. But what they don't know is this girl jumped on the back of a police officer. I took her down, and I tried to plead with her. She tried to kick me in the groin. I took her down to the ground, held in her a submission move that did not cause any pain to her. No strikes were thrown. And once I got cuffs from another police officer, we placed her in handcuffs. But unfortunately, their target is to the boots on the ground. This is what I've been talking about. Why? The reason why their target is to the boots on the ground, because that is what is tangible. The boots on the ground are tangible. That's why they target. And here's the reason why also, and I think here's the fault on the police department leadership, I will agree with Cop Watch. In many community meetings, especially these monthly meetings in the precinct, Cop Watch is blocked out of these meetings. And they do not allow Cop Watch there, so they don't have real conversations. Unlike where I became the target of Cop Watch, we allowed Cop Watch to come on our podcast, and we had a real conversation. And look, at the end, we were actually even laughing, right? Do I respect them and love them? Absolutely not, but I show them respect because they're still human beings, and I wanted to know where they came up with this ideology. And that's where we really mend the relationship. And I believe that John and I actually made the street safer and a better relationship with Cop Watch and the police because of that conversation. We need to have more conversations with our opposition. So I believe that Cop Watch targets the boots on the ground because they are tangible, and the leadership does not have real conversations with them. They avoid them. When they come to precincts, right? When they came to the precinct at PSA 7 where I worked to have a rally in opposition to myself and my teams and bragging about the lawsuit, what did they do? They said, Eric Dim, stay inside. They wanted myself and my teams to avoid the real conversations. The leadership would not have real conversations, and they just wanted it to go away. And things don't just go away. You have to have real conversations. That's how you show people respect, by treating them as people, by having conversations. Instead, they don't treat them as people, and they make it worse for the rank and file. That's what they do. Fail leadership on every level, epic fail. Again, I don't hate them. I don't take it personal. I don't believe that they were targeting Eric Dim. They were targeting the white guy, the alpha uniform male who's doing plainclothes work, making the arrest, and they don't really understand exactly what goes on, and that's why it takes real conversations.
What do you think, Sal? Did Cop Watch call that there was a corruption scandal brewing in the NYPD?
I'll tell you this. So I do follow. He follows me too and like I do the same thing you guys do. Some of the stuff I like, some of the things I'm like, oh my God, it's like really bad. Some things I think are stupid that he's even recording. But I have one question for Cop Watch. So you're taking credit for this. Did you ever follow anybody into con sofrito, or were you too afraid to go in there with a camera? Because I think it would have ended up with you. So you can't take credit for anything because you're not willing to go the whole 9 yards. You have restrictions, and you're trying to be cute, and you want to tape the cop from the outside. We all knew about that place and what goes on there and what could be going on there. And you have the guts to walk in there with your camera or do any kind of undercover work. So I like to agree to disagree with you, Mr. Cop Watch, because I don't think you had the guts to go do something that many others did. They just didn't videotape it because they didn't want to end up with a black eye. But if you were really going to go all the way, you would have went to that place. So sorry, you might have some videos of certain cops, but you don't have anything about any executive. So sorry about that. You do not have a say in this.
Absolutely.
John, before you go, can you tell us how many are in the space right now? Because I'm getting an idea here from you.
Yeah,
How many
yeah.
we
Well,
got?
that's what I'm trying to do. Let me reset the space. I'll read that out. So there's 14,880 people in here. It's still growing. This is the largest space that we've conducted so far. Still going. So we're gonna go. We're talking about the resignation of Edward Caban and the large amount of corruption scandal allegations that are being made, not only against the New York City Police Department, but against many others in the Eric Adams administration, including Eric Adams himself. The DAT 573 says Eddie Caban, the first and only Puerto Rican NYPD commissioner made to fall on his sword. Do you guys think that this scandal ends with Eddie Caban? Is the question.
Sorry, you want me to take it? You go? Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to say this because no, there's going to be more people that were involved in this, obviously, and there's other executives involved in this. It just doesn't end with him because, as you know, we've seen the people that they hang around. There are other executives hanging out at that nightclub where there's still that human trafficking thing that's just not everyone just wants to look past it. But we already know that one of the shady guys involved over there was picked up for human trafficking. So there's a lead without saying much more, but everybody's like, let's just not look at that. It has nothing to do with it. And I understand what you're trying to say. This doesn't have anything to do with his heritage or his nationality, okay? If it was a white police commissioner doing this, if it was a black police commissioner doing this, the bottom line is it's a police commissioner that did this. It's the human being. Stop interjecting race and their gender and all this stuff. It's just the fact that there's a police commissioner involved in a commission of a crime already, which is official misconduct. That's what's going to get him all the time. Doesn't matter where they come from, who they are. It's what they did, the crime. I hate to hear this identity politics with everything. Sorry, it's just ridiculous. He's not the only Puerto Rican that this happened. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with it. Him being Puerto Rican has nothing to do with this. It doesn't. Because this could have been any police commissioner, any executive. And right now, there's plenty more executives there. And not every one of them is Puerto Rican that was involved in this. So the buck doesn't stop with Eddie Caban. Trust me.
Well, I'll tell you this. Absolutely, the short answer to this is no. Absolutely not. And not just going to implicate Ed Caban on his own. This is not going to be a solo crusade. The feds, especially 500 Pearl Street, I've been there many times with gun cases. They're not going to spend millions of dollars. They're not going to have a case just to target one corrupt official. Absolutely not. Will they target Ed Caban? Absolutely. But they're not going to blow out the case. It's not going to open itself, and it's not going to be the curtain's not going to be unveiled until there are more people implicated and they get the entire ring if there is actual corruption. We have to say that, right? And we know the corruption with his brother, but if there's actual other corruption going on, this is all alleged. This is what we believe. This is what we think. And we have every right to do that, right? What podcast is, we all have opinions. We're not journalists. We have a right to believe that of what we see based on our observations. But at this time, I can tell you now, from my experience, the federal government is not spending thousands of dollars just to get one man, just to take him down. And I hope people could stop talking about race and being Hispanic. It has nothing to do with that. It could be anybody. Of course, it just happens to be the first Hispanic appointee police commissioners involved in this. But again, he's not someone who should have been appointed anyway. He's been shrouded with bad judgment his entire career. There's been other allegations. This was not a good appointment by Mayor Eric Adams. And even despite, if there's no allegations that come out, there's an investigation. Caban himself was not involved in any corruption other than his brother having a security detail. I still think he's the most insignificant police commissioner, inept, inadequate. The vision, the mission of the police department, the pyramid is all screwed up with leadership, and we still need an outside entity to take over to get the police department back to where it needs to be, the professional police department we know of, and to be the GOAT of policing in the entire world.
I agree. I don't think it ends with Ed Caban. Listen, do me a favor. We got 15,439 people in here. If you guys could just do us a favor, if you like what you hear, if you could like the channel, if you could subscribe to the channel, put the notifications on. If you're on social media, on Twitter, if you could like it and repost it, we appreciate it. Give myself a follow, Eric a follow, Sal Greco. If you're on YouTube, give the Sal Greco Show a follow. And this is what we kind of been honing in on for the last 2 years. We've been talking about the inept actions by the NYPD's upper echelon, the lies when it comes to reading out the crime stats.
Wait, John, hold on. This is important. Latina Brown says they got the permit.
We got the permit. Good. You're welcome, because we were just about to blast you 3-3. So we were going on there. Nice. Good stuff.
No, you know, we should have done. If they would have done that, there should be a protest right out front of their either 1PP or at the third precinct. Because I'm telling you, that is a form of political. That should never stand. I'm sorry, and I'm sick of seeing it. That they pick sides with stuff, but they have no problem with these rioters showing up screaming "Free Palestine," and they're all Caucasians with pink and yellow hair. They have no problem with them screaming, yelling, and breaking things. That's what the problem is. And again, go back to the leadership of the police department and the mayor himself, who do nothing.
Sal, I just want to say, John, outstanding to you, brother, because we jumped on that, but John was the first one to jump on and put the information out, exposing this permit that they were not getting. So awesome job, John. You know, we jumped on it, of course, but John was the first one that jumped on.
That was all of us. That was all of
good
us.
stuff, brother.
And shout
That was
out
you.
to Sammy Ravello and Deanna Morgan.
Sammy, great job, Sammy.
Sammy Ravello, Latina Brown, Deanna Morgan. I think they deserve all the credit. We just helped bring it to light. You know, and shout out to Dominicans for Trump. Rock it out. That's it. Yeah. So there you go, baby. You know?
I met on social media, but absolutely, Latina, I love what you're doing. Shout out Sammy Ravello. You know, if any way we can help, but yes, it was great, that post you put, brother. I appreciate it. It's outstanding.
Yeah. So M. Franco says, see what happens when people stick together? Exactly. You gotta put a few people's feet to the fire, and then things happen, right? So we're glad Dominicans for Trump. We're glad you got the sound permit. You'll be able to partake in your First Amendment activities. Remember, we were the rank and file too. Whatever you're seeing with the New York City Police Department has nothing to do with the boots on the ground. This is high level, what appears to be high level corruption. But yeah, I don't think that this ends with Eddie Caban. I think that everybody would love it to end with Ed Caban. I think the mayor would love it. I think the rest of the upper echelon of the NYPD would love that it ends with Ed Caban and he falls on the sword. But it can't. It can't. And if it does, it's a very bad sign that there's a lot more corruption about to come. If Ed Caban goes down and he gets arrested and nobody else does, and he lost his career and he lost his good name, and there was a corruption scandal within the NYPD encompassing dozens and dozens of people in the NYPD, and nobody else goes down, everyone else remains in place, then yeah, I'm going to say New York City is systemically corrupt. And you know what? Maybe it is time to move. Maybe it is time to get out of there, because but I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I think indictments are coming very soon. I think you're going to see a lot more people go in the New York City Police Department. And the reason that there is an outsider now as the interim NYPD police commissioner is for that exact reason, is we don't know who else is about to drop down. We don't know who else is going to get indicted. But I'll tell you right now, if they grabbed my phone, whether I'm guilty or not, I'm the chief of patrol, I'm the deputy commissioner of operations, I'm the deputy commissioner of public information, I'm any of these people, I'm stepping down. I'm headed to the pension section immediately. I'm the first deputy commissioner. Do you guys agree with me on that?
Yep.
Well, first of all, again, I can tell you right now, I had numerous gun cases in the South Bronx, illegal firearms that we apprehended, where the federal government was probing and they would decide if they want to take the case or not. But I can tell you what, when they did decide to take the case, the amount of scrutiny that we went through was like a proctology probe. It was unbelievable. You had to have everything in order. I'm not kidding. Like every time we'd have a gun case, half the time I would shit my pants because you had to have everything so accurate, you know, and you're like, oh my God, like who's getting prosecuted here? Is it the perp or is it me? And so believe me when I tell you, the federal government is not going after one person, and they're not going after somebody unless it's an airtight case. And some people believe it's some type of deep state thing. And is that possible? Listen, anything's possible, but I don't think so in this case at all. I think we have a real problem. And again, I'm going to say that I think the interim police commissioner as an outside source is an obstacle to cut off communication between Mayor Eric Adams and his constituents at the upper echelon of the police department, to cut off communication if in fact they're all involved in potential corruption, and the allegations or investigation does yield results of corruption if that's what's going on here. And if that's what's going on, it's scary, but that's the right tactic to put that obstacle in place, cut off communication, cut off the ability for Mayor Eric Adams and people involved, if they are involved, to not continue this any further. But again, I highly doubt that the commissioner is the sole target in this case by the federal government. I'm sure, Sal, you probably agree. And John, I know you agree. You just said it. So, Sal, what are your thoughts?
I think that there's more people involved. I could give you one incident. This is why I want people go on my YouTube, on my Rumble, hit the like, share, subscribe button, even notifications button, because in those very last episode I put out at 10 in the morning, nobody said this yet, and I'm surprised. There's an article in the Daily News today about Caban and his involvement with an officer. And this person was a detective and went back down to being a cop. His name is Rudur, I think. And he's part of the Sikh fraternal organization. And he's in 3 arrests, 2 domestic violence arrests, beat up his wife, had her outside the car. And the trial commissioner recommended termination. You know why? The disciplinary matrix says that, and you can't deviate from it. Somehow, though, Mr. Ed Caban rubber stamps it and says, nah, we're not stamping that. It's disapproved. He gave him probation. And the one link we have here is that his fraternal organization, which I believe he's a vice president, he's high up on there with the Sikh fraternal organization, they're pictured with many politicians on their social media, almost like what have we been talking about for the last 2 years virtually with this nightclub. So they know all these different people, and somehow, politically speaking, he gets away with something that no officer should get away with, which is domestic violence situation. The wife was recanting things in front of the trial commissioner at the trial, and yet her original statement and her on the criminal complaints is the complete opposite. He has no business being on the job, and yet Caban saved him. And you know what? It was more than Caban, because there's first deputy commissioner Kinsella who signs off on this stuff too. So this is bigger than just Eddie Caban. It doesn't just stop with him, because you need to know the communications, which, by the way, I hear there were communications with this officer and Mr. Caban, whether it was him, the organization, his father. That's a rumor, but of course, if you see the result, what does it look like? This doesn't end with him, folks, and you should watch my show because I got a lot more to say about all of this. John, the mute button.
John, we can't hear your mic, brother.
Sorry about that. So we made a few predictions. We predicted that Caban was going to step down way before Politico did. So I don't know why the media plays games. Oh, first reported by Politico.
No.
Whatever. I don't care. I could care less. We put that out way before they did. You know, we put out a lot of things way before they did. We spoke to their criminal buddies. We spoke to who they were hanging out with, the impropriety, that they're hanging out at nightclubs, that they're not focused on New York City, that the mayor's not focused on New York City. We labeled them, and we have a great logo for it called the Party Department, right? The New York Republic Party Department. It's, you know,
they have a theme song. They have a theme song.
They have a theme song, party all the time, you know, and we've labeled out basically everything that happened with this. But let's see how good our predictions are going to do in the future. I personally believe that there will be more of a fallout in the NYPD, and indictments are coming in the NYPD for some of the deputy mayors and even Eric Adams. Eric, do you agree with that statement? What do you see coming in the near future?
There's no doubt in my mind that we will see indictments, absolutely. And I think they're going to trickle down. I don't think they'll come all at once, you know, like a takedown, like you would say in a gang takedown. Absolutely not. I think these are going to trickle little by little. You'll see maybe, you know, if he's involved, maybe Caban and one other person, and then maybe a week or two later, you'll see other people. I think this is going to happen in drips and drabs based on information that they gather and based on, you know, who talks. And we also have to ask ourselves, who's going to proffer in this? Because I can tell you this. Every time I've ever had a case involving guns in the South Bronx, there's always a proffer. Nighthawk says it, 1-3-666. Absolutely, brother. There's always a proffer. And if you want a proffer, if you want people to talk, you do it in drips and drabs. So not all at once, you know, unless it's an actual gang takedown. That's a different thing. That's more what it's like a RICO case. But which I've had before. If this is a RICO case, if that's what this is going to be, then they'll take everybody at once. So I've seen that before. Depending on, I'm assuming that they probably have phone taps. You're shaking your head. You don't think it's a RICO case?
No, I'm laughing at Juju saying that we're buying views.
Oh yeah, what an idiot! What a loser!
Sorry, I'm listening to you, but I'm just.
Do you get overtime, by the way? I mean, how many hours has Juju been on
he's
here?
been on. He's on every day, bro.
This is insane.
Juju,
But
send us
that's
the
what I
address. We're gonna send you a T-shirt, brother. We appreciate it.
One Police Plaza from where? One Police Plaza. Where's that guy?
Pretty much.
Juju's putting in an overtime slip today. I could guarantee you that.
But I can tell you that's my opinion. So based on the experience of what I've seen, could be wrong. I do believe that if it's a RICO case, they'll bring everybody at once. I do believe that if it's not a RICO case and there's other allegations separate from RICO, that it would be drips and drabs. Crazy 10-7, thank you so much. $1.99 to the podcast. Juju, well, you now have to take this in time. Well, that's the case. Take it in time, but definitely some overtime going on here. That's my take on that. John, what do you think about that? You think that they'll take everybody at once, like I'm saying, if it's a RICO, or you think they'll do drips and drabs? Sal, what is your take also?
Sal, you go.
There's going to definitely be more activity. I suspect that in the next week or 2 or 3, it's definitely going to probably be before the end of the month. They're moving quick because they have enough as it is. They never do things like this unless they're going to do something about it. They don't move. It costs a lot of money. The government's fully invested in this, and they're just going to say, okay, well, it's just one person. Doesn't work that way. They've been working on Eric Adams and his administration for a while. You definitely have to assume that there's informants. Eric Ulrich, from one, his trial was rescheduled a bunch of different times already, and he's still no movement on that. So I find that a little odd. I'm not saying that maybe he is or isn't an informant, but how come his trial just keeps getting rescheduled? It was supposed to be February, April. Now it was summer. From the summer, it's rescheduled again. Very, very odd. So that's what I believe is going on there. I think the department is systemically corrupt up top because this is something that's been brewing for a long time. One guy will leave. You'll leave a guy behind in the trenches. That guy is, like you're seeing with these guys, we're hearing their names now. But again, if there's any lead to this, and I understand, I always talk about this. And why? Because I'm a Sicilian that could go back to the 70s and 80s and explain this a lot better through people that had a vowel at the end of their name. A crime syndicate needs a place to operate from. In this particular instance, all of you, media, attorney general, who's actually showed up over there, and the district attorney, all roads lead back to Conso Frito. They're not talking business at 1PP. They're not talking business out in the open. They have to go where they feel safe. I know this because I was a cop, because I have family on the job, because we've seen this before. It repeats itself over and over and over again. That's the place where all the madness would have been plotted because nobody's looking. Plus, we have all sorts of allegations and things that come out of that place. That is when you superimpose it looking at that with all the crosses. And then there's other nightclubs or whatever else they were doing. If there are shakedowns, if it's a protection ring, it's because they've all been there. Now, I'll tell you, Philip Banks and David Banks were pictured with Jimmy Rodriguez at Conso Frito too, just so you understand how far and wide this really spreads. All roads lead back to Conso Frito, and no matter what anyone's trying to do and ignore it, that's where you start. When you look at it from that angle, you start to see how everything really is. No, this is far-ranging. John and Eric, I think there's going to be a lot more, and it could even be civilians involved. We'll have to wait and see if there's any informants, but the government did not waste all this money just for Eddie Caban. I hate for people to say something like that because that's ridiculous.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hell just froze over twice in 1 year. And 2024 isn't on its way to a close. I'm going to have to agree with the socialist, cop hater, person who lives in the clouds, doesn't understand public safety at all. City Council member Tiffany Caban. This is Tiffany Caban's statement. And then after, I just want to get your thoughts on her statement, and then I'll read the article she's talking about. She says, let's be clear. The NYPD's systemic problems won't be solved with a new commissioner. We don't just need a new commissioner. We need a new mayor. We need new priorities. Holy shit. I agree with that statement. Eric, what do you think?
I'm just gonna say, man, you know what they say, right? The enemy of your enemy is your friend. It shows right now. The enemies of our enemies are all becoming our friends. I'm gonna say this, ditto. That's exactly what's going on. I read Art of Sun Tzu several times. Anybody have an opportunity to read it? That is a great book. The enemy of your enemy is absolutely your friend. That doesn't mean they're your friend forever, but they're your friend while you are going through a particular battle. And this is a battle of getting the police department where it needs to be. It's a battle of First Amendment speech. It's a battle of having our friends and listeners actually have the right to have their opinions, and we all do. And let's keep doing it. Let's truck together. Sal, what do you got, brother?
I agree with her amazingly. I don't agree with her politically. We don't, we have opposing ideology. It doesn't really mesh. But I say everybody. This is almost like when things happen and everybody converges and says we need to do what's right for the people. That's the bottom line here. Doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat, if you're a radical, if you're conservative, if you're a Republican. You need to root out corruption. And this person right here, Eddie Caban, has led a department that right now, the guys that were in charge are systematically have been corrupt because of the allegations we hear. And the fact that, they were all hanging out. A lot of them were hanging out at that place. There's deputy commissioners that went there. There's guys that then retired, Pat Lynch, who were hanging out over there all the time. Nobody's even talking about Pat Lynch right now. He was there an awful lot. In fact, Pat Lynch was there for the closing of Con Sofrito. So if you really want to get into it, there's a lot more people to question and look at and say, what the hell was this about? So again, she's right, because this is a systematic problem that needs to be rooted out. Once you get rid of corruption, then the ideas of debating, whatever you have your ideas, you want to debate them, then we could do it. But if we're going to run around and you're selling the city and you're selling the city out to everybody, we have no shot. You're going to be bankrupt and broke, and it's just everything's going to fall apart.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Someone asked, by the way, Sergeant Blue's on here. He's crushing you for going on Sid Rosenberg. So I just want to say right now, Sid Rosenberg's, he has a large platform. I think Sal should go on there as much as he can to get his messaging across. I talk about corporate media all the time, and you see me do hits on corporate media all the time, right? So not necessarily because I don't agree with everybody all the time shouldn't go on the platform. So we support Sal going on any platform, and all of us. You know what I mean? What we could agree to disagree on certain topics. I agree that Sid, everybody's Sid friend, but that's the name of the show, Sid and Friends, right? Like that's what it is. The next police commissioner, great guy, is my friend. Eddie's great guy. He's a good friend. He's not a good friend right now, but he's a good friend, So let's read this article a little bit. This is coming in from the Gothamist. This is from Bahar Ostadan. NYPD Commissioner Edward Caban resigns amid federal investigation. Former FBI agent named acting department head. Police Commissioner Caban announced his resignation in a letter to the department Thursday, 1 week after federal authorities seized his phone in connection with a probe investigating his twin brother's business as a nightlife consultant. Caban served the role just over a year. He's the second police commissioner to resign under New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who announced Thursday afternoon that former FBI agent Tom Dolan would assume the role. The IRS and federal prosecutors in Manhattan are investigating the commissioner and his twin brother, who ran a consulting for nightclubs, music venues. The investigation reportedly centers around whether bars and restaurants paid James Caban for favorable treatment from the police. In an email to the department on Thursday, Caban wrote, "News around recent development has created distraction for our department, and he's unwilling to focus his attention on anything but the NYPD's work. For the good of this city and the department, I have made the difficult decision to resign as police commissioner," he wrote. The news came out amid a sprawling federal investigation into Adams' inner circle. The FBI raided Deputy Mayor Public Safety Philip Banks' home last week, as well as the home shared by his brother, Schools Chancellor David Banks, and David Banks' partner, First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright. The IRS investigation into Caban is not linked to the raids, according to the IRS official. Wow. Totally separate. Wow. What do you think about that, Eric? Totally separate investigation by the IRS. Wasn't linked to the raids.
That's what I said. We hear clouds of suspicion, but we hear suspicion not just on one entity or one aspect. We've heard different rumors and different allegations of this administration. It's not just one thing, right? It's sexual allegations. Now, don't get me wrong. I think those are like pretty much impossible to prove and disprove. But it just shows the cloud of judgment around this administration. We heard allegations and rumors about their travels and that the way that they're funded. That's very suspicious. We hear allegations of that they're hanging out with criminals and that there might be. This is just rumors that we heard. Potential of prostitution and trafficking, along with the restaurant that you always speak about. We hear about allegations of money laundering. We heard allegations about the 511 pants. We were just talking about the propriety. I mean, there's just so many different things. So it's no surprise. Again, most of these things are rumors, but at some point, like, wait a minute. Either everybody just hates everybody and they're just purposely trying to get these guys with all these rumors, or there's some teeth to it, and I think there's some teeth to it.
The IRS going there to both their houses and the One Police Plaza shows that there's some kind of financial crime that they're looking at that's separate than everything else. So, I mean, this guy's up to his eyeballs in possible criminality, and we already know it's official misconduct. So you already have him right there with one thing, if at anything at all. This is not a good look, and I'm telling you, this probably will lead to some kind of an indictment in the future. I don't know when or how, but the IRS to even come look for you, that's just not good. When they come in to take your stuff, that means they already have something that would lead to them prosecuting you without the stuff they're getting. They're getting it to confirm what they already know, because it's a financial crime they're looking at. Wire transfers, maybe checks, maybe money ill-received that there's no documentation how they got. And I mean, he has gone to Qatar. He went, what was that trip about? This is stuff that, pop up on the screen right away, beyond the fact that, he had his brother, taking care of his brother with the security, and that was official misconduct. So again, the appearance of impropriety is tremendous. And I just don't see it ending with Ed Caban. And I'm wondering now with the IRS, who else are they looking at, if not just the Cabans? Because remember, it's a sprawling thing. You're hearing that there's other executives involved. They took other executives' phones. So I'm just throwing that one out there. Of course, it's speculation.
So, all right. So Latina had already made a reference to this, but I'm just going to bring it up again. Dominicans for Trump were looking to hold a rally. So we put it, we put a post out last night, and then we just brought it up again that the NYPD appears to be politically motivated. And I'm going to give you some proof that the NYPD is politically motivated. They refused to give a sound permit, and then they actually revoked the permit for them to have the rally, right? A peaceful First Amendment activity. So Sammy Ravello, shout out to you, brother, a former retired NYPD lieutenant as well, a good friend to the podcast. He had texted me this update. I spoke with the commanding officer. He gave us the sound permit. He said it wasn't because of what is trending on X. LOL. Sure. Appreciate the support. Can you guys post something in that effect? The CO did sound somewhat supportive. It is important to let everyone know, at least as far as the PD is concerned, the rally is a go. They're not the ones holding it up. Maybe I mentioned it to Eric, but this guy's... all right, I'll leave that alone. But basically, you know what it is. You know exactly what it is. You know exactly what it is. That is 100%. Mike H says Kelly's on New York 1. I'm not going to be able to grab that link up right this second, Mike. I would like to see what Ray Kelly does have to say about that, but we're going to be a little late with that one. If you guys get the link, send it over here. But 100%, being one-sided or being politically motivated leads to corruption. Guys, we've been going a while. We've been going about 4 hours. I think we should start to wrap this up. Sal, what are your overall thoughts on this whole thing? Where do you think this is going? And any predictions?
No one's talked about this yet, but of course there were two commissions that were created before: the Mullen Commission because of Michael Dowd, and we had the Knapp Commission because of the great work of a hero of mine, Detective Frank Serpico, Sicilian, may I add. And I believe there'll be another commission. It'll probably be called the Consofrito Commission, and they're going to reevaluate what happened here and how to never have this occur again. Because in the beginning, we had the cops, the rank and file, that were allegedly corrupt. And in this instance, it's the higher ups, it's the executives. We can't run a functioning city, let alone the police department, which is in charge of your public safety. May I add, they can't even find a mass shooter still in Brooklyn that shot and killed somebody at the parade the other day on Labor Day and shot 4 other people. And they made a bunch of excuses. We've had no updates on that because they're too busy trying to cover their own bases right now. So this needs to be put out in the light. People need to hear testimonies from different officers, officials, wherever it takes. There'll be a commission in the future after the investigation, indictments, whatever the government's going to do. This is for the better good of the people and the people on the job, because the rank and file in the street have suffered, because there's many cops that are like us three that were honest. What do we have on our record? We weren't taking money. We weren't doing anything. John didn't want to put himself in a position where he's going against his own religious beliefs. Eric was doing his job, and they took complete advantage of that. And myself, I wasn't even doing anything on duty. I'm with my friend off duty and just hanging out, and apparently that's illegal compared to what everybody else here seems to do. The commission will be formed at a certain point, I believe. This is the worst scandal in the department history. They were due because it's every 20 years. This was 30 years. I'm going to be talking about this more in depth on my own show. So, guys, once again, subscribe to the channel, Sal Greco Show, YouTube, Rumble. If you want to go, Apple, Spotify, go there. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notifications button. And I kind of elaborate on this kind of stuff because corruption, I can't stand corruption. We can't stand as a nation if everybody's on the take. I'm sorry. That's gangsterism almost. And a lot of these officers, John, got to make a choice right now. Are you a gangster or are you a cop? If you are a gangster, throw the shield in the ground, go hang out. You know where to go. But if you're going to do the right thing, you got to stop that. And if you know somebody or something's going on, turn around and you do the right thing. That's the way this works, John. That's how I feel. I'm very strong about this because I've seen a lot of good people that I speak up on, not only for people on the job, some that are no longer here, some that even committed suicide because of stuff like this. Everyone forgets about them. I didn't forget about you. And I'm going to keep putting that finger where it belongs because it's not right that many innocent people fell in a trap while others took advantage of them. And it's seriously sinister. That is very sinister in my opinion. And I will not stop.
Well, Sal, thank you for that, brother. That is the truth. That is your opinion, your criticism. He's to give it, and he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. Sal, thank you so much for always coming on the show. Thank you for being a friend to John and myself, the podcast. We're sticking together on this. Orlando Diaz, $20, retired for 1.5 years from the NYPD. Keep up the good work. It's needed. Thank you so much. Enjoy your retirement. You're 1.5 years into it. God bless you. Enjoy that pension. You deserve it. Listen, with that being said, I want to say to Sammy Ravello, thank you so much for reaching out to this podcast, along with Latina Brown, coordinating together to get the help. That's what we should do. That's what we want from the unions, but we can't get it from the unions, so we're doing it here. That's what we need to do. Our friends are listening to the podcast, Sammy Ravello, Latina. We come together. We're building a network, and there's strength and there's power in numbers. And together, with our voices, we can move mountains together. We can move mountains. Duty Ron, I've heard about you before. Great things about you. Retired NYPD in 2011, and I'm outraged for the good cops who all have to deal with this fallout. $10. Thank you so much, Sal. Again, man, I really appreciate you always coming on here. I'm sorry you had to go through this. I'm glad you persevered and you kept your finger on the pulse. And I mean, we can probably say that you've said the word "consafritos" probably 4 million times, but it's necessary, right? It's necessary. Sometimes that's what you got to do, right? It's like death by 1,000 cuts. Just keep saying it. And that's what me and John are doing. Just keep putting out our opinions, our criticism. Some people don't like it. They say they don't like it, but they made overtime for it today. But with that being said, thank you so much. You stuck with us this morning, friends and listeners of the podcast. We were here about almost 4 hours this morning. We're here about another 4 hours, putting in a full day, but it's necessary. We must stay together. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for your donations, your contributions to the podcast. Thank you for sitting with us. Thank you for your opinions weighing in. Some people offered some great comments that really helped us propel ideas that might have been overlooked. Everyone's opinion is important on this. Let's hope that NYPD could come back together, be whole again. Let's make it great again. Let's not make it the party department. It needs to be the New York City Police Department. Let's move forward. Let's keep our ears and eyes open. We will be back tomorrow, tired or not. That's what we do. Being uncomfortable makes you strong. We'll be back at 8:05 Eastern Time, 5:05 Pacific Time. And Sal, thank you so much. And John, wrap it up, brother.
Yeah, so that's it, people. We got 19,100, and it keeps growing every time I look at it, and I appreciate everybody for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. We do this Monday through Friday, 8:05 in the morning, Eastern Time live. We call it 8:05 Live. And, that's it. It's your chance to interact. We hone in on New York City, on crime, on politics, on anything trending. This morning, we talked about the Tyreek Hill incident. That episode's out. We're on YouTube and Rumble at The Finest Unfiltered. We're on Apple. We're on Spotify. We're everywhere. New York's finest retired and unfiltered podcast. We're the upper echelon's most hated podcast because we basically called out everything that you're seeing now on the mainstream. We always appreciate Sal Greco. Make sure you go over the Sal Greco channel at the Sal Greco Show. And we're working on a few other things. So we appreciate everybody. Make sure you give Eric a follow. Make sure you give Sal a follow. And, like we always say on the show, everything that we talk about in policing, that this is, actually, if you look up the podcast, it's a political podcast. And by the way, we're moving up in the Apple charts too. And that's just been a huge blessing as well. But it's a political podcast. It's cops that are turned basically political police analysts. And it's because everything that we're talking about is politically created, whether it's crime, whether it's the morale in the police department, whether it's who's leading our police departments. It's politicians that do that. So, we support only strong candidates. And one of those people that we support is Tom Sullivan. He's running for Assembly District 23 in Queens. He's in his elderly years. Tom's got money. He's not doing this for money. He's doing this because he wants to save New York City and New York State. And we need to take back the one-party rule that has ruled New York State and New York City for over a decade, and is the reason New York City and New York State is in the shambles that it's in. So if you're not in Assembly District 23, please, anybody that's in Queens, please put them aware of our friend Tom Sullivan. Tom Sullivan is the Republican, Conservative, and Common Sense Party candidate for New York State Assembly District 23. Tom is a financial professional who served simultaneously in the United States Army Reserve for 30 years and has now retired. His district covers Ozone Park, Lindenwold, Howard Beach, Broad Channel, and the Rockaway Peninsula.
Come November, I would empower our law enforcement agencies to go out there and do their job and not put them or their families or their pensions at risk for doing their jobs. We need drastic change in Albany so that we have a say in this matter, and they realize people of New York State will hold them accountable.
The Sullivan family has a legacy of service. Tom served for 30 years protecting and defending the rights of others. Come this November, he has earned your support. This advertisement's paid for by the Friends of Tom Sullivan.
There's a handful of retired officers that don't live in the state that have a lot to say about the dream team, as I like to call it. All of a sudden, they retire and have a master plan on how to fight crime, but nothing to contribute when they were here. They want to come back and be part of the dream team. What can I say?
Law enforcement professionals dedicate their lives to serving and protecting our community. But who's protecting their financial futures? That's where Laidlaw Blue comes in. Our wealth management platform is specifically designed for the law enforcement community. Laidlaw Blue is a division within Laidlaw Wealth Management, run by retired New York City detective John McDermott. His status as a retired detective uniquely positions him to establish a deep connection between Laidlaw Blue and the law enforcement community. Our platform is easy to use and provides a range of financial services, including investment management, retirement planning, and insurance solutions. With Laidlaw Blue, you can secure your financial future and provide for your loved ones. Our team of experienced financial advisors understands the unique challenges and opportunities that law enforcement professionals face. We're here to help you navigate the complexities of financial planning and achieve your goals. Laidlaw Blue. Secure your financial future today. Book a meeting using the QR code displayed or call us directly on 888 901 Blue. That's 888 901 Blue.